सर मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना कि यूट्यूब लाइव करके आप पॉज कर दो। नहीं होएगा। सर मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना कि यूट्यूब लाइव करके आप पॉज कर दो। नहीं होएगा। रिकॉर्ड क्यों हो रहा है? सर मैं करके आप पॉज कर दो। रिकॉर्ड क्यों हो रहा है? सर मैं करके आप पॉज कर दो। रिकॉर्ड क्यों हो रहा है? करके आप पॉज कर दो। हेलो 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 चेक। हेलो 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 चेक। हेलो 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 चेक। हेलो। 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 नहीं छेड़ रहा कुछ। हेलो 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 चेक हेलो इट इज वर्किंग या आ रही है आवाज। सर आपने जूम का म्यूट करके रखा हुआ है इसलिए नहीं आ रहा है। जूम पे म्यूट है यार। हेलो 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 इतना डिले क्यों कर रहे हो।
Hello. Please stand up. Please take your seat. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May you be so strong that nothing can disturb your peace of mind. Look at the sunny side of everything and make your optimism come true. Think only the best, work only for the best, at all times, dare to be only the best. Following the promising words at all times, Following the promising words, at all times, dare to be only the best. In the word of O.P. Jindal University, Raigarh, a rising educational star of India, which is marching towards the status of a world-class university, I, Dr. Sanjay, Professor, Department of Humanities, feel privileged to have the pleasant task of hosting the 6th International Conference on Information Systems and Management Science, ISMS 2023, jointly organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, OPJU, and Faculty of ICT, University of Malta, in association with NIT Raipur and Center for Global Management. On behalf of organizing committee and my own behalf, I welcome you all the dignitaries, guests, and delegates participating in the conference in physical and online mode. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of pride to me to tell you about the dignitaries present with us, the galaxy of stars from academia. I would like to invite our chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Rajiv Prakashji, Director IIT Bhilai. Sir, please come on the dais. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Professor Ing Carl James Dibeno, Professor, Dean Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, University of Malta. Please, sir. Welcome, sir. I request Dr. Lalit Gargji, Associate Professor in Computer Information Systems at the University of Malta. Sir, please. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia ji, Associate Professor, NIT Raipur. Sir, please. Welcome, sir. Also, I would like to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, OPJU, Dr. Adi Paida, sir. Please, sir. Welcome, sir. I request Dr. Rakesh Naik, Head Department of Computer Science Engineering, to come upon the dais. Please, sir. I request you all to give a big round of applause for the guest. Now I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जन
Jai Hind. Please be seated. Flowers when mixed with an honest smile, the best bouquets are formed. It's time to welcome our dignitaries. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor OPJU, Dr. Adipai sir, to welcome the chief guest, Professor Raju Prakashji, Director IIT Bhilai. I request Dr. Rakesh Naik, Head of Department CSE, to welcome Professor Kal. I invite Dr. Amit Jain, Professor, Department of CSE, to welcome Dr. Lalit Gargji. I invite Dr. Ashish Sharma, Professor, Department of Computer Science Engineering, to welcome Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia ji. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Bhupesh Devangan, convener of the program, to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Adi Parda, sir. Now I invite Dr. R.N. Sukla to welcome Dr. Rakesh Naik, sir. Thank you, sir. The Vice Chancellor of OPJU, Dr. R.D. Patidarji, is a recipient of several scholarships and awards, such as the MHRD Scholarship, the Gold Medal at MA level, the Best Paper Award. I think I should say awards, not only one. At the IEEE conference and the Best Teacher Award, he worked as a director of OP Jindal Institute of Technology, Raigarh. Prior to registrar OPJU, he was professor, dean academics, and officiating director at MIT Mysore. Prior to joining OPJIT, he is having more than 25 years of experience in the academia, industry, and administration. Under his able leadership, OPJU has received many awards and recognition. And the best part is that he makes decisions only after being rational. All the decisions are rational decisions, but when he makes the decisions, after that he helps, he supports, he cooperates wholeheartedly. So I welcome you, sir, to welcome all the guests and delegates.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. A warm good afternoon to everyone. The chief guest of today's program, Professor Rajiv Prakash, Director, IIT Bhilai. Guest of honor of today's program, Professor Ing Carl James Devano, Professor Dean, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, University of Malta. Guest of honor, Professor Lalit Garg, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Information System, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, University of Malta. Professor Dilip Singh Sisodia, Professor NIT Raipur. Dr. Rakesh Naik, Head Computer Science and Engineering Department, OP Jindal University. Distinguished faculty members from various institutions, delegates, faculty from OP Jindal University, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of OP Jindal University, I feel proud and privileged to welcome you all in this sixth international conference on Information Systems and Management Science, jointly organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Department of OP Jindal University, and the Faculty of ICT, University of Malta, Malta. This conference is also supported by the NIT Raipur and IIT Bhilai. I am delighted to be here and consider myself fortunate to have the opportunity to welcome each one of you in this 6th international conference. Before coming to the conference, because many of you are not aware about the OP Jindal University, so it's my prime responsibility to tell first about the OP Jindal University. OP Jindal University, Raigarh, it is supported by Jindal Steel and Power Limited, chaired by Mr. Naveen Jindal. The university established in 2014, and actually the functioning of the university started in 2015. The university was basically the dream of its founder chairman, Shri O.P. Jindal ji, who established the O.P. Jindal Group companies, included Jindal Steel and Power Limited, chaired by Mr. Naveen Jindal, Jindal Southwest, chaired by Mr. Sajan Jindal, Jindal Stainless Steel, chaired by Mr. Ratan Jindal, and Jindal SA, which is chaired by Mr. Prithviraj Jindal. So this university is basically on the name of Shri O.P. Jindal ji, and lovingly the people tell him Bauji. In a very short span of 7 years, we established 3 schools, namely School of Engineering with 5 departments, Computer Science and Engineering, Electrical Engineering Department, Metallurgical and Material Science, Mechanical Engineering, and Civil Engineering. And the second school we started in 2016, that is Business School, School of Management with BBA, MBA, and BCom honors programs. And the youngest school of the university is School of Science, started in 2019 with programs like BSc honors, MSc honors, and we have PhD across all the 3 schools. Today, in a very short span of time, the university have 2,000 plus students from 20 states of the country, and we have around 120 full-time regular faculty members. Out of that, hundreds are PhD from various reputed institutions across the country. The vision of our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Naveen Jindal, is to make this university a role model among the higher education institutions globally, aims to nurture the young minds through the most important thing, the value-based education, innovation, research, and entrepreneurship. We as a team, all faculty members of the university, very carefully crafting the vision of our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Jindal, and our Chancellor, Srimati Shalu Jindal, by continuously recruiting well-qualified and globally experienced faculty, continuously developing the state-of-art infrastructure and facilities with modern equipments and latest softwares. We are also harnessing the international collaborations and giving emphasis on designing the industry-linked curriculum. This university, the OP Jindal University, is basically working on 3 most important verticals. The vertical number 1 is the teaching and learning. In this teaching and learning, we are establishing the excellent infrastructure and facilities. Second, we are designing industry-linked curriculum with the support of the industry experts. We are recruiting well-qualified and globally experienced faculty. And finally, adopting the learning by doing pedagogy. The second most important vertical of this university is the focus, emphasis on research. To promote the research atmosphere, research ambience, research culture in the campus of the university established research development cell, and through this cell, we provide the financial support to the faculty members for publishing papers, in international journals of repute like SCI and Scopus. I'm very happy to share with you all that the last couple of years, the average rate of publication of OP Jindal University faculty is 1.8 SCI Scopus paper per year per faculty. In a couple of years, more than 50 patents are granted on the name of OP Jindal University faculty. Our management is providing financial support to the faculty members for attending conferences within the country and outside the country. In addition to this, the third most important vertical component of the OP Jindal University is to establish a culture of startup and entrepreneurship. For that, the university established OPJU Innovation Center, and we registered it under a company under Section 8. So this particular OP Jindal Innovation Center, where how the ideas of students and the faculty or the nearby society, how the idea can be converted into a business and how we can provide support, the students can start their own startup or the enterprise. So we established the Fab Lab and many other supporting labs where students can do their research, they can design the prototypes. Such kind of facilities are available in the university. In addition to teaching learning, the university always give weightage to the research, and this particular conference, the 6th International Conference on Information Systems and Management Science, is one of the example. It is not only an event, but it is a testament of power of the innovation, research, and the collaboration. The next most important component of our university is collaborations and tie-up. Today we have around 50 plus national international collaborations, and we are sending our students. We started to sending our students for study abroad program with the international universities. I'm happy to share that today the OP Jindal University with the ICT, Faculty of ICT, University of Malta is going to sign another MOU to focus on the joint research, faculty exchange, and also in the near future we can start the student exchange program with the faculty of ICT, University of Malta. In this particular conference, as we all know, the objective is to bring all the researchers, academicians, industry experts at a common platform where they can discuss on the particular issue. The most important thing which related to information systems, today we know it is the era of digitization, it is the era of technology. Industry 4.0, technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, robotics, 3D printing, these are the advanced technologies, blockchain system. So I think this is a platform provided to all the researchers. They can find what are the challenges, issues, problems currently the society, the country, and the world is facing in the particular technology. So they can join each other and provide the solutions on the real problem of the society. I'm very grateful to Director IIT, Shri Rajiv ji, for the generous support and permission for hosting this particular conference in IIT campus. On behalf of the university, we are very grateful to you, sir, for giving this opportunity to host this international conference in the IIT premises. Basically, this conference is supported. It is jointly organized by the Computer Science and Engineering Department of OPJU and ICT of University of Malta, but it is very well supported from NIT Raipur as well as the IIT Bhilai. So on behalf of the university, I also grateful to Director IIT Bhilai and Professor Dilip Singh Sisodia, Dr. Anu Shukla for their continuous support and motivation and guidance throughout the conference. In this conference, we received more than 400 papers, around 419 papers we received in this conference, and after the rigorous review, 118 papers are finally accepted, and out of 118 papers, 90 papers are going to present in various technical sessions in 2 days, today and tomorrow. So I hope all the researchers, delegates, those who are participating in this particular international conference will enrich the additional knowledge, information, acquire the additional knowledge from this conference that will help to all of them in days to come. And this conference is not, basically it is a beginning of new collaborations. So my request to all the delegates who from various institutions, we can sit together and we can also do the collaborations, some kind of tie-ups, so that the best practices of each other can be transferred for the betterment of the students. With these words, once again, on behalf of the OP Jindal University, I welcome one and all present here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to inform you the achievements which you have heard. Just sir has said, all the achievements we have achieved under his leadership. So one big clap for him. Thank you, sir, once again. Now I would like to invite Dr. Lalit Garg from University of Malta. Lalit Garg is an information technology innovator, academician, learner, teacher, developer, keynote speaker, consultant, and researcher with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry and an excellent research publication record. He is skilled in solving complex problems using machine learning and data analytics, especially in the medicine and healthcare domain. He is an associate professor in computer information system at the University of Malta and an honorary lecturer at the University of Liverpool, UK. He has also worked as a researcher at the Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and the University of Ulster, UK. He has supervised more than 180 master's dissertations, guided 5 PhD theses, and shaped the future of many other students. He has published over 150 technical papers in refereed high-impact journals, conferences, and books. And some of his articles have been awarded Best Paper Awards. He has delivered more than 20 keynote speeches in different countries and contributed as a technical committee member or a reviewer of several high-impact journals. The University of Malta has awarded him the 2021-22 for exploring novel intelligent computing methods for healthcare requirements, forecasting, allocation, and management. He was awarded research studentship in healthcare modeling to carry out his PhD research studies in the Faculty of Computing and Engineering at the University of Ulster, UK. Sir, may I request you to address the gathering?
Thank you very much indeed for such a nice introduction. Well, I welcome everyone here. Okay, so this is my immense pleasure to organize this conference and general chair of this conference together with Professor Shishodia and Professor Bhupesh. Okay, so this conference started at the Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, the University of Malta in 2018. This idea came and the first conference was hosted there itself, and it was a great success. We got 74 paper accepted and presented there, attended by keynote speakers from 6 continents, so representing each, like the number 1 researchers at that time, Professor Rajkumar Bhaiya also was a keynote speaker, number 1 researcher from Africa. Professor Sanjay Mishra was also there. Similarly, from the US and other continents, there were speakers, but participants were also representing 60 countries. So it was a great success. Then next year, this conference was hosted in Agartala, University of Agartala. And yes, proceedings was in Prosidia elsewhere. Okay. And after that, it became a and attractive platforms for researchers to showcase their research, discussing their findings, developing collaborations, and then publishing them in Scopus indexed um, j- proceedings, especially LNNS, okay, from Springer. Okay, so even this year now we are at the sixth con version of this conference. So thanks to all those who supported this, especially Professor Shishodia, who has been associated with this conference from the very beginning. And he insisted this year it should be in Malta, in India again, because earlier one was in Malta. Before that, it was virtual due to COVID. So uh, I'm glad to have it again, and this gave us an opportunity to come. And this was, as I told you, started there. So thanks to our dean, this is the brainchild of our faculties. So in his guidance and supervision, and the flower is blossoming now. And thanks to you all contributing to that, showing interest in that, I'm sure not only just it might be a platform for researchers to discuss or publish papers in Scopus Index proceedings, or even follow-up publications in journals, but it might become an interface between researchers and industry. In fact, pleased to say many of the patents came from the publications published in this conference. So if we are able to attract industrial participation, might be great for the society and shaping the future of the technology and the world as a whole. So thank you. If uh, that slide is ready, then we can just give you some glimpse of Malta and the University of Malta, because University of Malta is collaborating in this conference. So it might be our pleasure to have you a feel that, okay, how it is at different places. So yeah, so this is Malta. Well, Miss Malta is a tiny island country, okay, part of the European Union. It has a rich history since times of, okay, uh, knights, but even before, you might be surprised, the human started developing houses or buildings from Malta. This is still a topic of research, why human required to start building homes, okay, and still we have the oldest surviving building there called Hypogeum. It is 6,000 years old. So at the time of Mahabharata, or between Ramayana and Mahabharata, you can understand. And we have cross collaboration with them. So I'm working at the University of Malta. Okay, so some perspective, Malta is the tiniest country in the world, or among the tiniest, after Monaco and Vatican City. To give you perspective, it is almost, India is almost 10,000 times than Malta in terms of area, and 3,000 times in terms of population. So we are very tiny, but at the same time, we have the among the highest life expectancy in the world, and lowest unemployment rate. So in fact, practically it's the lowest in Europe and second lowest in the world. Okay, even after COVID-19 and this war created many issues. Okay, so you can see, and that's why our GDP per capita is quite high. Okay, so almost 15 times. Okay, but at the same time, there are many things Malta is contributing to the world. So it is the world capital of internet games. So if you are playing Dream 11 or all these, they have connection with Malta. Then it is, okay, world capital of blockchain and DLT or cryptocurrency. If you know Binance or other cryptocurrency exchanges, they are based in Malta. Okay, now it is a hub for offshore banking and favorite location of shooting movies. So I'm sure you might have some glimpse of Malta in various movies like Thugs of Hindustan, Bharat, or Charash, or Great Gambler, or Game of Thrones, or Hollywood movies. These are just a tiny list of them. Okay, so our university is ranked 800 to 1000 in QS ranking, and the same in higher education THES or world university rankings. Okay, and it is among the oldest universities. So this is about Malta. So you can have some glimpse of that. So a unique combination of old and modern life. And it is a favorite tourist destination across Europe. Now this is about our university. So thank you very much indeed for your attention. Okay, and having some glimpse of our university so that you can feel or you can plan to visit us. Okay, and visit Malta and our university. We are very much welcoming. Okay. And I would like to add, please take the advantage of this event to network, not only physically, but virtually. Those are attending this conference virtually, make friends, work together. In academia, we grow working together through collaborations and have an impact on shaping the future of this world, making it a better place to live. So, with these words, thank you very much indeed. Once again, all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Lalit. You have created curiosity and we would like to be there very soon. Thank you. Now, I would like to introduce the chief guest of the program, Dr. Rajiv Prakash. Dr. Rajiv Prakash received the MTech degree in Material Science and Technology from the School of Material Science and Technology, IIT, BHU, Varanasi in 1996 and the PhD degree from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi in 2000. He is currently a professor with the School of Material Science and Technology, IIT, Varanasi. He is also director of IIT Bhilai. He has authored or co-authored more than 225 articles in international journals of high repute and has 25 patents to his credit. His current research interests include interfacial synthesis of morphology controlled organic conducting polymers and nanocomposites, organic electronic devices, and sensors, biosensors. Dr. Prakash, a recipient of the Young Scientist, Young Engineers INAE Award of India and Material Research Society of India Medal Award. His actions inspire us to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, and says vision enables you to glimpse into the future, to sense its hope and power, because you yourself are the means for the future creation. Sir, I request you to address the gathering.
Sir, sir, please use that one, sir. Yes. Every guest have to use that podium. Yes.
Namaskar. Vice Chancellor O.P. Jindal University, colleagues from University of Malta, NIT Raipur, colleagues sitting in hall from O.P. Jindal and other universities, institute. I welcome you in this newly constructed campus of IIT Bhilai. Of course, I also welcome you in this conference, a joint conference, where you are going to discuss on various important, crucial matters, topics on information systems, on management, and many others. Friends, I would not like to say much on your conference, which you are anyway going to have for whole day, maybe longer than that. See, few more things are important. As Vice Chancellor O.P. Jindal said, this opportunity to hold this conference at IIT Bhilai. See, this is obvious. I always used to tell IIT in Chhattisgarh is the IIT of Chhattisgarh, is the IIT of people. If this hall is here, is going to utilize for such a noble cause, such an important work, who am I to stop or say anything? It is for you, it is for this purpose only. When you are sitting here, our students, our faculty, and not only our students and faculty, NIT students, nearby technical university students, these students are getting information that something is going on. And they can also come and attend offline, online anyway. So it is an opportunity because IIT cannot give admission to everyone, even not the 1%, because you know the toughest examination, JEE, which is so difficult that nobody knows that how much the success rate will come from this state or this city. But one thing we can do, at least we can give opportunity, offer to come IIT, to feel IIT, to have other than that regular BTech program, other than that, if anything is possible, we can do. So please let us know, we will do for that. So this is a very nice opportunity for all of us that we started collaborating. I thanks to Jindal family, I thanks to NIT family, I thanks to University of Malta family for considering this and starting this. So now not only your collaboration from Malta to NIT and OP Jindal, but it is extended with IIT Bhilai. So more and more interactions are required. Now let us come to subject. See, computer, no doubt, is coming time. We are going to get a lot of benefits, lot of hope from computer. But same time, as a teacher, as a responsible teacher, we have to tell to our students, see, computer is not that only engineering, only option. Because many times, if it is a buzzword is coming, AI and ML and all these things is more fascinating. Youngers are more coming towards this. No doubt, there is a lot of benefit. There is a lot of things which are making life easy. You can think in those days when we were studying, going in library and searching some literature, how much time it was taking. And what was the search limit? Hardly 100 if search we are doing in one day is really, really very fast. But now 100 search, not only 1,000 search you can do on fingertips. But in contrast, you tell to students that what is difference? 1,000 search you did in fingertips, 100 search we did in sitting in a library, difference of the knowledge status. So why today we created this artificial intelligence, this ML. We were knowing basics. We were working on basics. We were knowing subject. But now if the superficially only taking search here and there, lot of data, useless data mining and this is going to not help you much. So important is what data you are creating, how you are creating that data, how you are mining, how you are searching those data, and then what conclusion you are taking out from that. It is very, very important rather than just taking means the garbage in and garbage out. It should not be like this. So a student should know how to carefully use these tools, these information technology days, how we have to work with it. As I said, AI ML is in every field. If a civil engineer is thinking that there is no hope in civil engineering, I would say that wrong. Today is the really that branch which is having a lot of opportunity, right from infrastructure, smart city to environment, everywhere, and using AI and ML. So it is not limited that only computer engineering students can go for AI ML or information technology tools. They can also use these tools in their own engineering, core engineering. So this is time to tell students that every branch is important, whether it is engineering, core branch, allied branch, sciences branches, every branch is important. You have to see how you can make the use of these modern tools there. Long back, nanotechnology came. Everyone, I think, aware. But it was not limited to chemistry or physics only, though the quantum computing, nano, all these things, sometimes we are talking about in a more basic science fundamental work, the confinement of system. But it is not only a domain of physics and chemistry. The lot of opportunity today we are seeing of the nanoscience and nanotechnology is in medicine. If you see the today medicine, lot of technology is now because of this. What drug you people took, or what vaccine we took during COVID time, all are the nanomaterials. We don't know, but all are the nanomaterials. So all these technologies are coming in application in in all those areas which are required, need of the day, need of the future. So always I am saying one has to find out what are the needs. No doubt now it is on fingertip. We all are saying that environment, including water, energy, of course, and then health. Three sectors, very, very important. How to do? This is also important. We have to treat. See, this, how to do this? Energy. So what happened? You might know that very recently India launched the program, hydrogen mission, the Green Valley, Green Hydrogen Valley mission program means green hydrogen, non-conventional sources, green sources, solar sources, wind sources. And Chhattisgarh is doing very well in solar. If you know that, I think you people know better than me this state. So you see how many solar parks we have developed here and keep on developing. Lot of lands. Mandatory now, the government buildings, the rooftop will be the solar. We IIT is net zero. Why we are saying net zero? Because we are nothing putting anything waste. Our rooftop, they are now going to equipped, started with solar panels. So by end of 1 year, we will have more or less our own energy, how much we are spending. So in terms of energy, we are going to independent, net zero. Every house can do this in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is having a lot of opportunity. So you tell to students, I always used to tell, they see, this is the state where I am finding, anywhere I am seeing, I am finding some opportunity. I am finding some job, some hope. Any direction I am seeing. Even I visited sometime few weeks back jungles, there in the forestry, and I saw a lot of hope. Not that the conventional things that going in a forest for the woods are the for some mushrooms and this and that are the herbals. No, no. I saw weed is seeping inside forest. Weeds, lantana, parthenia, argimona. So they are seeping inside because of our man-made activities. We are going carelessly. We are doing agriculture and all products we doing here and there. So these weeds are seeping inside, killing jungles. Take these weeds. They are rich in fiber. And I said, take fiber out from these weeds and start preparing many things. See, so from such important fibers, natural fibers one can get, and this is no big technology. Villagers can do this. Similarly, energy, every house is having capacity to do this. Good sun you have, lot of bio waste, and this is possible. That day I was watching one video, the Japanese agency. They used cow dung, and from there the gas purified that and use and running the jet engine. And though it is a demo, but see, and you just remember how old this technology in India we were using, gobar gas. I don't know here what you call, but in UP, Bihar, we used to say this gobar gas. How old? Biogas. Now these words came, but in those days, you see, the gobar gas we used to call. And I'm not saying about my time, my father's time. See why we stop. Question is this to ask: why we did? Because of ease. Who will wait? Just I want a switch on, things would come. See, no, this is not a good habit. This is not a good practice. So we have to tell to our students, if you want to save this Mother Earth, then what to do? You have to put some efforts. So green energy, it is not just, it is enough that we are talking in green energy. We have to save energy. We have to produce energy. And then only we can. Why we are burning paralis? Should not. It's a very big source of energy. And then after that husk can be used for the brick making, for cement industries. So why we are not thinking all those things? Come to water is the biggest problem for Chhattisgarh, you know. IIT has started. Means what is these topics I am saying is not only that to tell you your college students are this we have already started. Let's join. We are giving small projects to do all these things. And sustainability will only come when we all will start to doing this. IIT is here nearby Kutela Bhatta Gaon, near the Sirsa Gaon. We can make these Gaon Jannat. But how long it will? We have also limited money and limited efforts. But when these villages will start working, automatically that Jannat, what we are thinking, will come. So, we are asking students to go and work with them. Don't try to give them as a donation, as a gift. So this practices we have to start. Now let's come to water. Is another big problem for Chhattisgarh. We don't know whether this here water is drinkable or not. The mapping is missing. That we have to have some good mapping records. And then if some water issues or some elemental issues are there, nowadays there are several technologies are available, very cheap technology. Very cheap technology. In just you add a Indian knowledge system, your knowledge system, here the Chhattisgarh knowledge, and with that you add little bit, modified it, modernize it, you can have a very good filtration system. No worry, it's a good filtration system you can make, and half problem, half disease will go away. So these small efforts are important. It's a hub for medicinal plant. Lot of medicinal plants. Why it stopped? Either the pharma companies, they are started to making a easy pill that we are taking very easy. If it's something happen here, just spray and this is going on, is okay. Well, just to this is our poor lifestyle. Why not going to the conventional methods? What our grandfather, grandmothers told us? Why we stopped? So this is time. Information systems are with us. If we want, we can spread knowledge within a day to few hundred thousands people. In a day, we can spread knowledge. So let us utilize this. Use for some constructive things. Just unnecessary garbage knowledge is putting in mobile and allow them to search and useless, basisless things. We have to think about those things. So if we are talking about information technology management systems, we have to see this part also. How a common man, how a people, how our students should assess authentic, good, useful data. A lot of awareness regarding health. This third sector I'm touching now, health, very important. Government has made a lot of efforts in health area also. Money, but money is not only going to give you solution. Solution is going to how to get these health. So IIT Bhilai again here in this pioneer, taking help of AIMS, and we are developing small gadgets, a small app. Just some simple monitoring app. A patient suffering from kidney problem is now treated. He is sitting in village, but there are something which doctor should observe, should know regularly. A small app he will put here, and doctor will get this. Oh, what is the situation? Like very simple. How many times you urinated? 5. Doctor will know. Keep on watching, and very easy for patient. Need not to tell, need not to discuss, need not to talk. So such type of tools we are developing, very small tool. Patient entered in hospital. Thousands and thousands patients are there, AIMS like places. Who need critical, who need emergency, and who don't. Every patient will say, I am in emergency. How to find? All these type of small tools we are developing. Your students can join us. It is open. We are trying to put all these informations on our website. Your students can join, work with us. So without taking much time, because today also I have a lot of other meetings going on. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, our Malta friends and NIT friends. Let us join hand, whether in India or in Malta, anywhere, we are ready. And opportunities, funding, travel, all are possible. Nothing, no barrier I am finding. So with these words, I'm once again thankful to our OP Jindal family for organizing this. And thanks to all of you on the holiday and eve of your vacations, you are here. But certainly this is very good time, enjoyable time. You enjoyed on this campus also. I can see outside sunny day, and sure you would like to have a walk in our corridor. And this the Gyan Path, Gyan Marg, इसको नाम दिया है ज्ञान मार्ग है ये. इस पे आप घूमिए, देखिए, रियली enlightenment and knowledge is coming. So this is the request from as a professor, as a director of this institute, to all of you to have a visit, see, think of collaboration, interaction with our faculty and students. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your visionary thoughts, which is going to help us making India a sustainable Viksit Bharat at 2047. And now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to present a memento to Honorable Chief Guest. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please stand up. Thank you once again, sir. Please be seated. Without sharing the knowledge with all concerned persons, it is impossible to achieve the desired result. In this conference, many keynote will be delivered and research papers will be presented by the scholars. And if we don't share their research with the fraternity community, it will give no result. To commemorate the conference and spread the information, organizers have published a souvenir of the conference. I request all the dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir. I would like to request convener of the program to come up on the dais. Yeah. Dr. Amit sir, Dr. Ashish sir, please. A big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, dignitaries. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Ing. Carl James Debeno, Dean, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, University of Malta. Professor Debeno obtained his B degree in electrical engineering from the University of Malta and PhD degree in electronics and computers engineering from University of Pavia, Italy. In 1997, he was employed as a research engineer with the Department of Microelectronics at the University of Malta. His research work included development of high-frequency building blocks using CMOS technology. In 2000, he has spent 4 months as a research associate at the Texas A&M University under Professor Franco. In 2001, he was appointed lecturer in communication and computer engineering at the University of Malta and was promoted to senior lecturer to associate professor and to professor in 2017. Professor Debeno has served as deputy dean of faculty, and now he is dean, head of the Department of Communications and Computer Engineering. So I request you, sir, please come and say a few words.
Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, colleagues, authors of papers, and attendees to this conference, welcome. Good afternoon. So this is my first time in India. So I'm very happy to come to this new campus that is currently developing. It's still under development. It's a great pleasure to see things growing in India, especially in the education field, because education is obviously at my heart.
Please keep quiet.
So I come from a small university, right? We are the only university of the country. We have 11,500 students in all. At the Faculty of ICT, we're home to around 485 students, covering from bachelor to PhDs. Right? As Professor Lalit mentioned earlier, our university is very old, right? So it traces back to the 1500s, okay, and has just celebrated just celebrated 250 years as a public university. Okay, our research is also very important, right? As a faculty, I'm happy that this year, to the last academic year, we published more than 150 peer-reviewed papers in various conferences and journals. And we have a lot of activity, especially in ICT, and ICT is growing in the country and both at the faculty. Now a little bit some words for this conference. So this is the 6th conference of ISMS. Here we can see the collaboration between OPJU and my faculty. So it's you see where collaboration works. And I look forward that after my visit today, right, we will continue collaborating, right? Because nowadays in this modern world, that collaboration is key and multidisciplinary is key, right? So we look forward, right, to host you also at our faculty as soon as you find some time, right? As regards the conference, this conference covers information systems, right, computational intelligence, IoT, right, and management sciences, right? As you can imagine, this is very important in today's world, right? We say that who owns data, right, owns the world, right? So it's important that we make sense out of this data, right? You know, that most of the data is lost, right? Either systems do not manage to talk to each other, right? Or we do not have the computation to work them out, right? So we're getting new tools with our information systems and AI, right, and artificial intelligence to support us in providing solutions in the modern world. So at this conference, I thank you for coming here, right, and for choosing this conference this year. Right, have a good time hearing the talks, right, and the various topics that will be covered, right, and network with each other, because at the end, in conferences, ideas are born in conferences, right, and are developed in conferences. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are eagerly waiting for your keynote also. After lunch, we will listen to you. Now, we are going to create a history page in our university. And not only for OPG, but for University of Malta also, I think. We are going to exchange the letter of understanding for collaborative educational programs and joint research projects between OP Jindal University, Raigarh, India, and the University of Malta, Masda, Malta. I would like to read out just the introduction of the understanding. Whereas believing in the significance of academic and cultural understanding and cooperation, OP Jindal University and the University of Malta have decided to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the two universities to enhance better relations and exchange of expertise to boost academic development for the general interest of students and staff. This memorandum of understanding shall delineate the main features of cooperation between the two universities, particularly in academic development, research, exchange of students, faculty, and staff, and development of educational opportunities to enrich campus internationalization at each university. So with these words, I would like to request our Vice Chancellor, sir, and Professor Carl James to exchange the letter of understandings. I think we should clap for this historic moment. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to felicitate the mementos. So I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to present a memento to Professor Carl James Demo. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Rakesh Nayak, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Raigarh. Again, I request Dr. Rakesh Nayak, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Amit Jain, Professor, Department of CSE, to present a memento to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.D. Patidar, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ashish Sharma, Professor, Department of CSE, to present a memento to Dr. Rakesh Nayak, sir. Thank you, sir. We have been fortunate to have the eminent persons from academia to grace the sessions and enlighten us. The presence and enlightening words are not only motivating to the participants, but also to all of us. Now I invite Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia, sir, to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the university organizers' behalf for kindly accepting our invitation and delivering valuable talks. Sir, please. If you allow me, I would like to read your. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia is working as head of the department at Computer Science Engineering Department of NIT Raipur and has over 20 years of academics and research experience in various engineering institutes. Dr. Dilip Singh Sisodia contributed more than 100 refereed articles, including 96 papers, and he has included in the world ranking of top 2%. Big round of applause. His research work attracted more than 1,500 citations. Dr. Sisodia successfully executed sponsored research and consultancy projects funded by CCOST and FICE Bangalore. He has supervised 4 PhD theses and 8 MTech dissertations in the area of machine learning and currently is supervising 6 more PhD theses in this area. Sir, may I request you to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. So, on behalf of this ISMS organizing committee, I'm very much thankful to distinguished professor and director of IIT Bhilai, Sir Shri Rajiv Prakash sir, and I fully resonate with their thought process, their words of wisdom, what he shared. It really impressive that whatever resources these public institutions have, like IITs, NITs, are for the local people. These are not only for exclusive use. I really was mesmerized by hearing. So, sir has some engagement, so he has leave. But I'm very much thankful for spending their valuable time and attending this inaugural session of this conference. I'm equally thankful to the IIT and administration of IIT Bhilai for offering this facility. I'm thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal University, who supported from the day one. Actually, last year I attended a conference at OPJ, and the way in which they organized the event, that was their own event. So, generally, what I also think in the same way that in NIT, IITs, we have lot of opportunities to organize good event, and we have some little bit more exposure as compared to the other institute. So I'm associated with this prestigious conference from last 3-4 years, and with the generous support and from faculty of ICT Malta, and especially Professor Garg and Professor Debono, we are successfully conducted this conference. So with this confidence, I extend this invitation. I shared with the Professor Patidar sir, and they fully agree, and they wholeheartedly extend their support. They form organizing committee. So I am thankful to the organizing committee like Dr. Bhupesh Devangan, Dr. R.N. Shukla, and Dr. Naik, and many more faculty members who are wholeheartedly involved in this event. So I am thankful to the OP Jindal University and their whole team. I may not be recalled to all the name of all the person, but it involves the whole team, and they wholeheartedly do all-round effort, attracted many good papers, and the overall the event they organize as per the expectations. And I'm very much thankful to the Professor Charles Debeno, Professor Garg, who just with this request, sir, without you are in India, fortunately, with other assignment, and if you will be physically in person here, especially in Chhattisgarh, Raipur, sir, Lalit sir have earlier visited Raipur, but that was also for a very short period of time. Unfortunately, they were scheduled. Today is for very short of time, only they have to leave in evening. So I'm thankful both accept our request and take an early morning flight. You can imagine how it is difficult to take flight early morning, especially from Delhi. So I'm thankful to both, and I'm more thankful to Professor Dean Faculty of ICT, University of Malta, who is also kindly consent to deliver the keynote talk in this conference. I'm thankful to the Professor Hemming Liu, who is with short notice or with short period of time request. She has also agreed to deliver a keynote, although her keynote will be online and it is scheduled tomorrow from 1 p.m. as per the IST. So I'm thankful to the another keynote, Professor Hemming Liu. And I'm also thankful to the all agreed session chairs. And most importantly, I'm thankful to all participants who are coming from who came here from to attend this institute. My friend Dr. Yogesh, Dr. Anuj, and many other colleagues from the other institutes. We have made requests because we are new to this institute, so we just request them, and I'm very much thankful that the whole team from the Rungta Institute, especially, is available here. So please big clap for them. Thank you. And many other friends from the other institutes, I may not know their name, and participants who came from the different places to attend this gathering, and many other faculty members and the whole team. They are arrived in evening from OP Jindal University. So I'm thankful to each and every member uh, from top to bottom who are involved, who are supporting this event. I'm thankful to the media persons or their tech team who are preparing all these live telecasting through YouTube, and this system, ensuring that system should work smoothly. So I'm thankful to all, and I hope you will enjoy the deliberations during this. Today, we have, after this formal conclusion of this formal inaugural session, there will be a keynote of Professor Charles Devenot, and after that there will be a technical session. Obvious, there will be a lunch session also, and then tomorrow we have online. There are many good papers who may be presented, so you are all requested to attend, if possible, to attend online session also, and explore the possibility how we can work together, and actually, what was the thinking that we can grow our network, we can involve more people, especially from Chhattisgarh. So such type of activity may increase. So hopefully you will enjoy the whole conference. We have tried to pick all the sessions with some content like keynote, technical session. So once again, I'm thankful to all, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is said, when you stop learning, you stop growing. Your life is yours to design. Make it all it can be. Think big, act big, and be big. I thank all the dignitaries present on this platform to motivate us and all the participants to boost our energy. I hope that all the participants will be able to put the words into action. Thank you, everyone. Now I request you all to proceed for lunch, please. Sir, 1 minute. Dr. Lalit requested me to give 2 minutes for vote of thanks from his side. Sir, I forgot. I invite you. Just 2 minutes, David, please.
I can understand when someone stops you from going to lunch, how difficult it is. But thank you for considering my request, and it is my pleasure to be here. Now, as Professor Prakash suggested, this is Gyanpath, and being at Gyanpath is a pleasure. And the feeling you have an opportunity to contribute to the society is nothing can match with this feeling. So thank you for having us here, okay, and providing us this opportunity to interact with you. I would like to thank Professor Prakash and IIT Bhilai to give us this opportunity to organize this conference here. Professor Sisodia for taking this initiative, Professor Patidar for his very hard work and initiation and support at each step to making it happen. You might be surprised that there were 425 papers submitted through this conference, thanks to our team, and among them only 86 were accepted, going to the 20% acceptance rate, which is among the best conferences in the world, the hardest acceptance rate. So you can see the quality of this conference. I can add even one of my paper got rejected by reviewers. So you can understand the quality, there is no compromise, and that's why we have good relationship with the publishers like Springer, because they always find our paper quite good. Thanks to you all who have submitted or contributed to this paper. I know sleepless nights, Professor Sishodia first work to attract papers, then checking each and every paper himself. Okay, then analyzing them and no compromise with the quality. And yes, this time even OP Jindal supported us with this effort. And yes, without them, this was not possible because they agreed to provide resources to organize this conference. So thank you everyone. And most of all, thank you to you all. Thank you to those who are connected virtually with us. Okay, and yes, our keynote speakers, Professor Davono, who has always been a source of energy and support, even before 2 hours, if I tell him we want to do this, he will always be happy to help us. And yes, one thing I should complain, Professor Shishodia, need not to thank us for coming here, because the first goal for this trip to India was this conference. All other assignments were only secondary. Okay, so yes, we are part of this conference whenever it is being physically organized, whenever it is being virtually organized. So this is being organized physically only today. Tomorrow it's virtual session. So we will be there definitely. Okay, so thank you for our keynote speakers as well. Tomorrow we will have Professor Heminglew from the University of Southampton. In fact, she will deliver her keynote from Oxford University. She is also representing them. So, we will have a great session tomorrow as well. But now we are very much waiting for Professor Davono's keynote. I always enjoy that. So I'm sure you all will also enjoy. I will not stop you from lunch because then you start kicking me. Okay, so thank you for being here. And yes, now you are most welcome for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wait. Looking at the faces, the smiling faces, I can take an opportunity for 1 more minute. I request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Adipadya, sir, to come forward and launch the next conference of IEEE OTCON 3.0. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I'm happy to share with all of you that every year OP Jindal University organized 7-8 international conferences. Out of the 8 conferences, one is the IEEE sponsored conference, that is OPJU Technological International Conference, OTCON. The last time we organized OTCON 2.0, and this time we are going to launch the OTCON 3.0, that is OPJU Technological International Conference, and it will be held during 5th to 7th June 2024. So on behalf of university, we are going to launch the next international conference, IEEE sponsored international conference, that is OTCON 3.0, will be held during 5th to 7th June 2024. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I request you all to proceed for lunch. Thank you.
Hello.
many achievements he has, and it's our pleasure to have him delivering his keynote. So, Professor Davono.
Okay. Okay, so it's this one, right? So it's, yes. Thanks. Okay, so thank you, Professor Garg, for okay. For your introduction. Okay, there's a bell there. So this is my pleasure to be with you this afternoon to deliver this keynote speech, which will look into taking object detection to different heights and depths. Okay, so basically there's a lot of work that has been done in normal object detection. Okay? However, when it comes to detecting objects from heights, right, or under the sea, right, that makes it a challenging task. And this is what we will look during this talk. Okay. Okay, so what is common, right, between these two objects? Okay, so well, one is a container, and well, even the other is a container, right? The difference between them is time, right? So humans have been carrying, right, food and drinks, right, and liquids with them forever, right, for all the time that we know, right, and obviously the technology evolves how we carry stuff, right. So what is the commonality here? Well, you will see that in the talk, right, as we will look at things that we see from high up in the skies using UAVs. So object detection of objects in the wild, right? And Dion for us, okay, will look into a project that we are working on for archaeological applications, okay, where there are amphoras at the bottom of the sea. Okay, so that will be is the commonality, right, between these two. Okay, so detecting objects, right? So whether it is a can that is littering our environment, right, or an amphora on the seabed, okay, tens of meters below, we want to be able to recognize it. Right? We would like to detect it, right, recognize it, and understand what information we can get out of it. Okay, so first of all, I know Lalit gave you an idea of Malta, okay, but the question is where it is, right? So it's a dot over there, right under Sicily, okay, and with some magnification there, okay, you see the Maltese Islands, okay, so you'll find us in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, right, and you can see why Malta was strategically important throughout the centuries, right? So in the past, right, all shipment that went to the Mediterranean had to pass near Malta, right? So it passed, like in the past, right? It was a good harbor. It has a natural harbors, right? So it's good for trade, right? So everybody wanted Malta, basically. Okay, so let's delve a little bit into the first part of this presentation, right? Which is aerial litter detection. Okay, so when you look at objects from the sky, right, it is sometimes very hard to see them, right? So if we look at the next image, right, so that is an image of coming from a drone, right, in the wild. Okay, so well, what can you see over there? Do you see an litter? Right. So this is an image, right, 30 meters from above the ground. Right. As you can see, it's very hard, right, to see things. Okay. So maybe we can manage to see one or two of the objects, but possibly, right, not all. So this means, right, that we need help. Okay, and these tools, right, are coming from computer vision. Okay, so when we analyze the terrain, right, you can see, right, that we managed to detect a number of objects. Okay, obviously, as a first run, right, you might understand that it's then one has to check, okay, that the object is really an object. Okay, so small objects, okay, which are less than 5%, right, of the total image, are difficult, right, to detect. Okay, because they resemble very much, right, the terrain. Okay, the terrain takes over, right, and it is very difficult to see. Now, obviously, this depends, right, on the shape of the objects that we want to detect. Okay, the color, right? If the object has a very clear color, or the color which is very different from the terrain, okay, then it's obviously more easy to detect, okay, than objects that are very close to the terrain. Okay, the texture, right, and reflectivity. Okay, so remember that again, most of the object detection algorithms that we use, okay, the object will have a predefined orientation, right? Okay, while here in litter, okay, when things are thrown away, right, it's very hard to understand what the orientation, right, of the object is, right? So we need to search, right, in this environment. Okay, so in this environment here, right, is outdoor. Okay, making even illumination challenging, right, because it depends very much on the time of the day, okay, we're taking the imagery to. Okay, so we have a lot of things that are changing, right, and things that are challenging. Okay, so this is our vision, right, for aerial detection of litter. Okay, and we are working this. This is in collaboration with our cleansing department in Malta. Okay, and the intention here is to try to find litter, right, in hard to reach environments. Okay, because obviously in the areas that are in the built up areas, okay, we can easily clean those areas, right? You can easily detect the objects there, right, and clean. Okay, the challenge is when we go, right, as I said, in the wild. Okay, so what do we need to do, right? So first we need to have a data set, right? So we need to be able to understand what objects we want to look at. Okay, then we need a method to search, okay, to try to find the objects. Okay, we need to have a detection algorithm to detect the actual object. We need a classifier to be able to classify, right? And finally, okay, ideally, right, we have something, some robotic intervention, right, to collect the object. Okay, so at the So stage 0, right, is to manually search at ground level, right, and build a data set. Okay, so take imagery, okay, check that there are actual objects, right, and mark the objects. Okay, so the annotation process, right? So that is obviously the first stage, basically, in all machine learning algorithms, okay, where we do, right, this annotation activity. Okay, so that is already done, right? So in our case, so the yellow parts are the parts that we have covered. Okay, so at stage 1, then we need to start analyzing this information, right, and apply some machine learning algorithm to be able to detect the objects. Okay, so we're training a machine learning algorithm, right, to understand what objects we are searching for. Okay, then we need to have this algorithm in the wild to detect. Okay, the next stage, right, would be to be able to classify the objects. So at this stage, right, we arrived to the stage that we can detect objects, right? The next stage of the project is the classification of items. Again, keep in mind that we are moving to a sustainable environment world, right, where we would like to classify the object, right, and even make collect it in a differentiation way. Okay, so that we can then recycle, right, the objects that we collect. Okay, so the next stage then, right, so after classification, okay, the stage that comes after would be the automatic collection of the objects. Okay, so that again probably would be done through UAVs, right, or other robotic help, right, in order to make this detection. Okay, so so going forward, right, we're working on the last 3 blocks of the system. Okay, so this is the data set that we have collected. It's called SODA, so stands for small objects from different altitudes, right? And this was published this year, and it includes 5 main types of litter, which are plastic bottles, glass jars, drinking cans, and drinking cartons, right? And it is collected using a UAV, so the Mini-2 and the Air 25 UAVs, actually, so 2 different UAVs, both of them from DJI. And they were collected at different altitudes. Okay, so 1 meter, at 5 meters, 10 meters, 15, right, up to 13 meters. Okay, we had to collect this data set because the current available data sets, right, are not adequate for this process. Okay, because mainly all data sets available, right, were done using collection with smartphones, right, and not with drones, right, or they are not annotated. Okay, so therefore we had to build, right, our own data set. Okay, so here you can see some examples at different altitudes, right, of our data set. Okay, starting from 5 meters, right, up till 30 meters, right, and there you're seeing the same area, right, so we're looking for the same bottom, right, okay, which is placed in the red covered in the red square. Okay, so you can see that in all imagery there, okay, we have annotated, right, the bottle, right, the Coca-Cola bottle in this case. Okay, this example here shows you the flight planning. Okay, because obviously when you are getting such a data set, right, you need permission. You cannot just fly a UAV, go and fly a UAV, right? And in Malta, when you are doing such work, right, you need somebody that is licensed, right, and trained to handle a UAV, right? And the red part, right, shows you the area covered in this work. Okay, so that is the flight. Okay, so we apply a CNN based method, right, to find, right, to the detection. Okay, we use a selection of CNNs, right, and looked at the performance of each architecture. So basically, we have your input image, right, that goes to the convolutional neural network. Okay, so where there you have 3D filters, okay, to cater for the color image, right? Then you have your pooling layers, right? Fully connected layer, and finally your output, right? Your softmax layer. Okay, you may be asking why we are using CNNs, right, as opposed to transformers. Okay, we know that transformers provide are set to provide, right, best object detection. Okay, however, this paper here by DeepMind shows, right, that there isn't much difference in the results, okay, between transformers and CNNs. Okay, and this is work that was published just a couple of months ago. Okay, so the performance of CNNs matches that of transformers, right, and that is why, okay, we are using CNNs. Okay, so some results. Okay, so these are the results with training with YOLO version 5 model. Okay, so the you only look once model. At imagery collected at 5 meters. Okay, where you can see that we obtain very good performance. Okay, with this architecture. Okay, obviously you can always have some false positives, right, or wrong classification. Okay, so in the first diagram there, you see the label and the prediction, and there you have a correct prediction. Okay, so a drinking can is properly detected, right? On the other hand, in the second imagery, okay, there is a false positive of a drinking can that does not exist in the real image. Okay, other examples, right, of false negatives and false positives here. Okay, where so in the first case, okay, the glass was not detected, right? In the second case, okay, glass was detected when there was no glass. Okay, so the overall results here shows that we obtain, right, good performance compared to our other work. Okay, so the YOLO version 5, right, provides a good compromise, right, and good results in terms, right, of AP, right, with the AGL data segregated. Okay, for the drinking can class, we get the better results. Okay, and this is because mainly because it's the most represented. Right, so it gives us the better results, right, over all altitudes. Okay, with the highest AP being that of 0.912, with the YOLO version 8 model at 5 meters altitude. Okay, followed by the YOLO version 5 at the same altitude. Okay, now the data set, the contribution with our data set, right, provides right another contribution because this data set can be used right for further research. Okay, now I'll delve into some work in the underwater object detection. Okay, so this comes at a shipwreck, okay, that happened many years ago, which had a number of amphora. Okay, and here we are talking of a park, right, which is around 60,000 meters squared, 62,000 meters squared in, area. Right, and why we'll want to look at these? Right, basically, right, there's an estimate, right, so that there are around 3 million shipwrecks, right, around the world, right, and therefore it is important that we can use support, right, to detect these. So I'm not sure if it plays. Does it's playing? Okay, so here you can see the site. Right, and what you are actually seeing. So this is how the data set was gathered right on the site. Interest of time forward. Okay, so the challenges right here come right from distortion. Okay, because of the environment, discoloring right of the objects, small objects, some of them might have been broken right during the years, low light, right, rocky areas, right, and occlusion. Okay, because if there is sand, right, some of the objects might be occluded. So it is a difficult scenario, right, that needs to be tackled. Okay, so in our research contribution here, we are aiming to analyze the application of object detection methods, okay, in maritime archaeology to detect, right, these amphoras and to understand the type of amphora. So we are compiling a data set, okay, comparing the performance of object detection methods, analyzing the impact of depth, right, and saliency on the prediction of performance, and extract geographic information by projecting the detected objects onto ortho models. Okay, so here you can see, right, the first part of this, okay, where we have, right, this is just a small part, right, it's only 625 meters squared. Okay, so this required annotation, okay, which we have already done, right, and to do this we require domain knowledge. Okay, so our work, right, is currently we're working on a ResNet block, okay, to find the attention, right, but together with attention and convolution. We might also be using YOLO version 7, okay, to be computationally effective, right, and introduce to it self-attention. Okay, so these are some examples, right, of initial results, right, with YOLO version 7, okay, which can detect quite a number of them. Okay, so we also worked on preliminary results with YOLO version 8L, okay, where there were a total of 754 annotations, and the total predictions were 1046. Okay, so here you can see some parameters which we tested, right, and the results, okay, that were obtained. Okay, so this is the training loss, right, and this is the speed comparison of the different models. Okay, so in conclusion, right, we can use, right, object detection, right, in very difficult scenarios, right, both when looking from the sky, right, and when working in underwater conditions. Okay, so again, to tie up, right, and conclude, right, we are looking at containers, right, of today, right, and containers from yesterday. Thank you.
Question answer from the audience side. If you have any query, you can ask. Okay. 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 So thank you, sir. Thank you for your keynote address on taking object detection to different heights and depths. Because short of time, we are going towards the next session, that is technical session. So thank you, sir. Please be seated. Now I invite Dr. Ashish. हो गया था ना, हो गया ना? हाँ. एक साथ ग्रुप फोटो लेना है सभी के साथ पार्टिसिपेंट्स कौन है प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड और बाकी ऑडियंस आ जाएगी कहां नरेश करो फटाफट कॉन्फ्रेंस स्क्रीन कर दो आ जाइए ना आप लोग क्या आइए
अभी स्टार्ट करेंगे ना, क्या हो गया लिप्सन सर सिसोदिया सब थे सेशन चेयर सर जा रहे हैं। अब सेशन चेयर अपन ऑन स्पॉट फाइनल कर रहे हैं, तो इनका इंट्रोडक्शन मुझे पता नहीं है। Identification of helmet rule. Yourself. Okay. Next, UDR fused multimodal approach. Next, performance evaluation of routing protocols. Next, a Fibonacci based. So, ma'am is there. And last, a MATLAB simulink. Okay. 7 papers
Acceptable.
are there.
बाद में ले लेंगे करना अनाउंस कभी पॉसिबल भी 6%.
Hello. करूँ स्टार्ट सर. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the technical session of this prestigious conference, ISMS 2023. Hope this finds you well and good spirit, and we appreciate your presence and participation. In this technical session, we will have a total of 8 papers in this technical session, which will be presented in a physical mode by the authors. For the today's technical session, we have the session chair as Dr. Asha Ambaikar, Professor, Department of Computer Science and IT from Kalinga University, Raipur. Hello. Now we actually begin with the process. I'd like to give some important instruction that total 15 minutes will be there for each author, wherein 10 minutes will be for the presentation, followed by 5 minutes question answer session. So it is an earnest request from all the participants that they should try to finish the things off in stipulated time. Okay, so let's begin with the session. Let me first call the author from the paper ID 378. Yes, author from the first paper ID 378. The paper title is Fibonacci-based MDS code and its application to a secret sharing scheme. Yes, ma'am.
Can I start? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present our work, a Fibonacci-based MDS code and its application to a secret sharing scheme. This is a joint work under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Prabal Paul, and our collaborator, Mr. Yogesh Diwan. The contents of the talk are as follows. I'll start with an introduction, followed by what motivated us to do this work. Then I will give an overview of our scheme, and we'll support it with an illustrative example. And of course, a little bit of analysis and comparison with a known scheme, and we'll finish with concluding remarks. So what is a secret sharing scheme? So it's a very well-known cryptographic primitive in which a secret, which is represented by a password or any numeric value, has to be shared amongst the employees of an organization. But the entire secret cannot be given to one employee, like a password. So I will start only with this slide again. So what is a secret sharing scheme? It's basically a very well-known cryptographic primitive or a technique in which a secret is to be shared amongst the employees of an organization. But the entire secret cannot be shared with one employee because of security reasons. So the secret is divided into fragments or parts, and one part is shared with one employee. So like this, the shares of the secret are shared among the employees. Then in future time, these people will come together, cooperate, and reconstruct or recover the secret. A special kind of secret sharing scheme is the KN threshold secret sharing scheme, in which minimum K participants will cooperate and recover the secret. All right. Now, of course, work has been done in this domain of secret sharing scheme. One of the schemes that we are going to talk about, or one of the access structures that we're going to talk about, is the compartmented access structure. So an organization has got departments, right? So we can see every department like a compartment or a subset, which are mutually exclusive and mutually exhaustive. Means together they form the entire organization. So to represent this situation, we have a compartmented secret sharing scheme, in which I have taken example of 3 compartments, C1, C2, C3. So we have N1, N2, and N3, which is the number of participants in each compartment. And S1, S2, S3 are the compartment-specific secrets which need to be recovered first before the entire secret or the main secret is recovered. Now, every compartment has its own threshold. That's the minimum number of people required to recover that particular secret. So we have taken K1 as 2, K2, which is threshold for C2 as 2, and K3 as 3. So K1 means is equal to 2 means any 2 people from the first compartment can recover secret S1. It could be any 2, so I have taken these two, and this. All right. Now, what happens is, if one of the compartment goes missing, means suppose the organization lays off one entire department. Now, the secret shares have already been given to these people. Now, the remaining people have to still recover the main secret, right? So that is the first question that came to our mind. So that's what motivated us to do this work. The first thing is, what if one entire compartment remains absent? Can we still recover the secret? All right. Now, okay, we want to implement this scheme. So what is the best way to implement? So we chose to base our scheme on maximum distance separable codes. Now, in literature, it has been proven that for every ideal perfect secret sharing scheme determines an MDS code and vice versa. So basically, given a threshold, like 3 out of 5 people should be able to recover the secret, we can always construct a maximum distance separable code which will implement this scheme. And of course, we have given a new definition of an MDS matrix, in which we have used the famous Fibonacci sequence. I don't have to tell you all because you learned it in school. So how to use Fibonacci sequences in our MDS matrix. So one of the properties of an MDS matrix So we have given the example, we have defined this particular matrix, which is going to be the generator matrix. In simple words, generator matrix generates all the code of the maximum distance separable code. And alpha is the generator of the underlying finality. That's a mathematical thing, I will that, because people usually don't appreciate math that much. Anyway, we have proved in our paper, this same paper, that this is an MDS matrix. If you take K columns, they will be linearly independent. Now, a quick overview of the scheme. Every secret sharing scheme has got 2 phases. One is the distribution. So one is the distribution phase, in which the dealer is the main person of the organization. He distributes the shares of the secret. Okay. And he also publicizes these matrices and certain published shares. In the recovery phase, the participants from the different compartments, they cooperate and recover the secret. Okay. Now, in our scheme, as you can see highlighted in red, one of the compartment is going to go missing. Okay. So after the shares are distributed, the compartment will go missing. So I'll quickly tell you, this is what example I have taken to support the scheme. So we've got 3 compartments and these are specifications. Compartment C2 is going to go missing. All right. Now, what is our main secret? So this is important. You have to listen. The main secret is S, which can be recovered only after S dash and S double dash are recovered. S dash is recovered only after S1, S2, S3 is recovered. Now remember, S2 is not going to be recovered because the participants are going to go missing. And we also have S double dash, which will be recovered if any 5 participants from this particular system come together to recover the secrets. So the secret to be recovered is 11. So we have used the same formula for the matrix which I showed you before. And we have taken the underlying finite field F101, whose generator is 2. And of course, we have checked that these matrices are MDS. So in the distribution phase, the dealer will randomly choose shares and distribute it. These are the shares we have chosen. We have verified all these things. He will form code words for every secret. So basically, in an MDS code, there is a code word of length 9 in this case. The 0th component of the code word is the secret. So he will form a 5-component vector. The 0th component is, the 0th component is the secret, followed by the 3 shares, 5, 3 and 1 as you can see, this is chosen arbitrarily. Then we will multiply the 5 component difference with the geometry matrix and this entire vector form. This is a secret and these are the shares, private shares which will only reveal. These are the public shares, some of them will be revealed. Now, these are the compartment-specific code words and the code word V bar and W bar for the secret S dash and S double dash respectively. Okay, so all these calculations have been done. Now, of course, we'll form some other code words also. We won't get into that. The dealer will distribute all these individual shares to all the participants, and the matrix will be distributed, and the participants will now come together to recover the secret. Okay. Now, how does secret recovery happen? So now, I will show the secret recovery of V bar. Okay, V bar is the forward whose zeroth component is S dash. Remember that S1 and S3 are there, S2 is not there, but we need S2 to recover V bar. Okay, so the dealer has publicized 3 public shares, 1, 80 and 35. So the participants will form a message vector, which is a vector of length 5. Okay, S1, S3, beta 4, beta 5, beta 7. Then we will row reduce. I hope you remember the echelon form reduction of the matrix in engineering. So we will row reduce the matrix. You see the component of that is S1. So that's the zeroth column. This is the first column. Second column. Third column. This vector to the matrix by matrix, not by magic or mathematics. This entire code word V bar will be reconstructed. Okay, that's the property of an MDS matrix. Any scale and cooperate and recover V bar from where they will get S dash and also S2, and they'll also recover W bar from where they will get S double dash. And of course, the secret will be recovered. Of course, we did the time complexity of our scheme, which will go up n cube because it involves matrix multiplication. And we compared our scheme using a Python program with a known scheme of 10 to et al. So we saw that our distribution time, our scheme took half the distribution time taken by this other scheme. Of course, we don't claim that ours is the fastest scheme because we just compared with one known scheme. Also, we have proven one proposition in which we have given a bound, a lower bound for the finite field FP. So that FP, when we did a calculation using Python, we use 8369. That's because it is in accordance with our proposition. So in conclusion, I can say that in this particular work, we have shown that secret recovery is possible in spite of a missing compartment. And we have taken a matrix G using Fibonacci sequences, so which has never been defined before. And also the size of the matrix we consider is smaller. So maybe it will have some advantage when it comes to storage, data storage. So I'm not from computer science department. I'm from mathematics. So I think people can talk about that later. And of course, the underlying finite field, the mathematical finite field can be as large as possible. There is no restriction to that. And we believe that our work in this field will probably be carried forward in the future as well. So last but not the least, I really want to thank my guide, Dr. Prabal Paul, without whose help I won't be able to do all this. And of course, our collaborator from the computer science who helped us in the programming, Mr. Yogesh Diwan. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Hello. Your work is really good and your presentation was also very good. I have a question. Apart from this Fibonacci method, is there any method why you have chosen this for this MDS matrix?
Yes, ma'am. So the most common MDS matrix is the Vandermonde matrix. Of course, a lot of work is done by that. Now, why we chose Fibonacci matrix is because we saw that the terms of the Fibonacci sequence, if I may just narrate them, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. So if you see the difference between the two consecutive terms is growing. The difference between 1 and 1 is 0, 2 and 1 is 1, 3 and 2 is 2, and then 3, 5, and so on. So because the terms of the Fibonacci sequence are also becoming farther away from each other, so we expected that when we put this in an MDS matrix, because in the MDS matrix, M stands for maximum distance separable. So we want the code words in such a way that the distance between two code words is maximum. So we expected that, and we have proven it for a 5x9 matrix. But we don't claim that it is in general true, but hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to do that.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yeah. Geometric progression is, I think, R raised to N, AR raised to N. Yes, you could try that. We haven't tried. I'm quite sure. That's a very good idea. Thank you. So I think there are no more questions.
Yes,
Thank you
any
very
other
much.
questions? Okay, now I request the convener of the program, Dr. Bhupesh Devangan, and the session chair, Dr. Asha Ambekar ma'am, to please come on the dais for the certificate and research grant worth 2,000 rupees distribution. Thank you, Bhupesh sir and Ambekar ma'am. Next, I would like to call the author from the paper ID 283, the paper title, A Deep Learning Framework for Real-Time Detection of Rotten Fruits Using YOLO 5S Architecture.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present my research topic. I have basically worked in the area of food processing for food quality control. So, sir, actually, I don't know how to operate this. So, starting with the introduction part, as we all know the importance of food in our day-to-day lives, food quality control has a great importance in the research. Researchers in this direction result in improved marketability of products for growth and development, and in order to provide high quality products to consumers and prevent food waste. So, according to a published research article, out of the total waste produced, about for total fruits and total production of fruits and vegetables, around 42% of fruits and vegetables get wasted. So in order to prevent this food waste, our motivation is to propose a deep learning based framework that could automatically detect presence of rotten fruits among multiple fruits. So moving to the literature review part, in this area of fruit gradation, the authors have tried to use various classification approaches like random forest, k-means clustering, RBF SVM, and with this much accuracy, the authors have tried to classify the objects either as fresh and rotten. And then coming to the deep learning approaches, the authors have used various architectures, CNN architectures like ResNet, DenseNet, and although the accuracies of deep learning approaches is almost similar to the machine learning, but deep learning approaches turn to be more efficient in real world cases, as CNNs have better feature extraction capability than machine learning approaches. So, and also then coming to the research problem, a large part of the literature is based on classification approaches. Very few research works has been done in which authors have explored the object detection technique in the area of food processing. So our research work is based on this, and this area need to be explored further. So materials and methodology, data preparation, then training and optimization of the architecture, then the complete material, then exploring the model in ONNX format and applying non-max separation and evaluating the model. Then the whole system was designed using following steps. And first, the image data acquisition. We collected our own data set in order to propose a model that could act as human being. We have to train the model with all possible cases. And apples get rotten with different types of rottenness. Some are semi-rotten, some are partially rotten, and some are completely rotten. So we collected the data set considering the diversity in the features, and then data augmentation part was performed using and then data annotation and data preparation. The whole data set was divided into two parts. 80% of images were used for training the model and 20% for testing purpose. And we prepared a data set of about 10,228 images, and then hyperparameter values were set. We chose YOLO V5S architecture in our model, in our system design, because it has very low inference time, so it will be feasible for real-time implementations. And then the model was evaluated on test samples and unseen independent images from the external environment. So if we were getting the correct detections, ultimately we followed a data-centric approach by gathering more and more data so that our model could efficiently differentiate between fresh apples and rotten apples efficiently. Then this is the detection process where as YOLO architecture for candidate region proposals generate multiple bounding boxes. So we apply non-max suppression to suppress the redundant boxes. And then these were the dataset images that we collected for training our model. Then the materials and methodology labeling software, we use LabelMG software because object detection task is supervised learning task. So we use LabelMG software for labeling the ground truth objects, and then Google Collaboratory was used for training the model because YOLO V5 architecture has very high computational requirement. We chose Pro Plus version, and then Jupyter Notebook for all the coding part. And then for capturing the images, we use DSLR, Canon camera, and Oppo A74 5G mobile. Then the hyperparameter values for training the model for the final experimentation. These were the hyperparameter values. The model was trained for 150 number of epochs with a batch size of 32. And then the results and discussion part on our test data, we are having MAP50 value and MAP5090 value as shown in the following and in this table. And then these are the detection results that we obtained on real data samples on testing the model with by capturing images from real samples. These are the real world cases, and then real world cases for the object detection. And finally concluding my slides, finally concluding my presentation, the future work can be based on small object detections and object detections from distance for this area, in this area of food gradation. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
What is the success rate of this? What you are just capturing the images and rotten foods
Ma'am,
by using the architecture which you are using?
Ma'am, I have shown in the results like we are getting we are able to, with large number of bounding boxes and with high IOU value, that is 0.9, we are able to, and also we are able to differentiate the features like some almost sharing appearances. The apples get rotten with different types of rottenness. So with different features, we are able to detect. That was our main goal.
Yeah, but you are saying real time. It's
Yes.
real time.
Yes.
So that's why I'm doubtful. That's why I'm asking you success rate and what's the result outcome. Any implementation? What you have done?
Yes, ma'am. These are the, this is the, I have implemented my own.
Is your results only?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's okay.
These are my results. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, any questions from the audience?
Actually, I'm asking for you how you get the exact result. This is okay or fresh or not. You are just working on your images.
Yes, sir.
So how the real-time application are working now that time? How it can be measured that it is fresh or not?
Uh,
You use some development implementation in a real time, some applications and all.
uh, Actually, so please repeat. I am not understanding.
Okay. In which platform?
So the training was performed in Google Collaboratory.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I request convener Dr. Bhupesh Devangan and the session chair Dr. Asha Bhankar ma'am to come on dash for certificate distribution and research grant for 2000 rupees. Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me there. Actually, in this conference, we are providing rupees 2000 to each student who are going to present their paper in physical mode as a research grant. We are also providing the certificate for the research grant. This may help you to build your future in the era of the research projects and all. So that will be helpful for all of those students and research scholars who are getting the research grant certificate and rupees. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call the author with the paper ID 289 with the paper title Unmasking Deepfake Images and Videos, a Comprehensive Detection.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amna Patel, and alongside me is my co-presenter Himesh Ganwani and Manav Anandani. And we are very honored to present before you our paper that is titled Unmasking Deepfake Images and Videos, a Comprehensive Detection, that is identified by paper ID 289. We are from Department of CSE, Sri Ramdev Baba College of Engineering. Our team has provided an innovative strategy to tackle the issue of deepfake challenge in our research paper. So let's look into it. This will be our roadmap for today's presentation. So, what is deepfake? So, 21st century answer to photoshopping, deepfake use a form of artificial intelligence called deep learning. Earlier, when we used to hear photoshopping, we would adjust the level of brightness or contrast, or we would just apply any kind of filter into our picture to make it more visually appealing. But deepfake uses deep learning technique to make n numbers of fake images that will look very true to the end user, but at the end it's fake. So that's why its name is as deepfake. Deepfake uses two algorithm, a generator and a discriminator. What generator will generate number of fake images, and discriminator will distinguish that fake image with the real image, and this process goes back and forth until and unless the fake image, the computer generated image, is very similar to the original image. Early deepfake started as a form of entertainment, but as days goes by, it has become one of the major source for malicious activities and source of disinformation. So this was all about deepfake. This is our literature review. It consists of 3 papers. The first paper title is Emergence of Deepfake Technology. This paper have focused on 84 public news articles whose title was Deepfake. And in this study, they reveal that deepfake are hyper-realistic videos digitally manipulated to depict people saying and doing things that never actually happened. They stated that deepfake has many positive sides in industries, in social media, or in entertainment purpose, but it has a negative side, that is spreading disinformation about a person very rapidly on social media platforms. So it is one of the major threat to our society, the political system, and the business, because they are pressuring our journalists to filter out the news, whether it is true or whether it is false. And at the end, this paper concluded by saying that we should educate and train people and students more on deepfake. We should have some kind of legislation in an organization to control it, and we should also develop some anti-deepfake technologies. The next paper, titled as Digital Forensic and Analysis of Deepfake Videos, they have proposed a solution by using DFT-MF, which stands for Deepfake Detection with Mouth Features. This is a deep learning method. What they do is they isolate and verify the lip movement of a particular frame, and then they label the frame as a fake or a real. If the number of fake frames goes beyond a certain threshold, for example 50, then they label the whole video as fake, and their accuracy was 93%. Then the third paper title is Deepfake Detection: A Systematic Review. They provided us an overall landscape of deepfake detection methods from 2018 to 2020, and they categorize the methodologies into 3 categories: deep learning, machine learning, and statistical technique. And at last, they concluded that deep learning is dominates effectively while detecting deepfake, particularly CNN. That's why in our proposed strategy, we have utilized CNN. These were all the findings and relevance from our literature review. And our problem statement is that deepfake has transitioned from its origin in entertainment. It started as entertainment, but now it is a societal challenge because of advancement of AI, machine learning, and deep learning. So our main goal and aim is to propose a system that could accurately classify deepfake images and videos. Thereby, in doing so, we want to protect the truth as well as the integrity in this age of visual deception. So, to know more about our system, I would like to call Himesh Ganwani.
So here is the working flow of a proposed system. So first of all, we have selected a data set which is curated by Google, and this data set consists of almost 1,34,000 videos. We have implemented the model using only a part of this data set because of the various constraints like the high training time and others. So we have divided this data set into 3 parts in the ratio of 8:1:1 for the training, testing, and the validation purposes. The videos in this data set are then divided into frames. These frames are then resized for the training purposes. These frames are then subsequently loaded into the model for the training part. The model consists of 2 parts. First is the MTCN. First is the facial detection, which is implemented using the MTCNN model. And the second is the efficient net. The faces detected by the MTCNN model are then used for the feature extraction by the efficient net model. This model is then saved and then later used on for the testing of the videos and other videos which would be uploaded by the user. The model would finally give a score about how much percent the uploaded video is real or fake based on the confidence score. So here is a description of the two models that we have used. The first is the MTCNN. The MTCNN, which stands for the multitask cascaded convolutional networks. We have implemented this CNN network with basically 28 convolutional layers and 7 fully connected layers. This MTCNN is basically used for the facial extraction. And this has 3 stages. The first is the face detection, the facial landmark detection, and the bounding boss regression. The output of this MTCNN is then fed into the efficient net model, which is again a convolutional neural model consisting of the 4 layers. The input size is of 28 by 28, and it has a global max pooling layer. And in addition, 2 fully connected layers have been introduced with the ReLU activation and finally a sigmoid activation function. These the features are detected, and based on these features, the model makes a final prediction whether the image is real or it is a fake. That is, it is generated by deepfake. So here is the results of our implemented model. As we have seen that CNN is basically more accurate in predicting deepfake images and videos which is depicted in the graph. Like it has accuracy of around 96%, and the overall accuracy and the other parameters are given in the above graph. And we have thus this experimentation with the various hyperparameters, the parameters, and the customization of these models has finally given us some promising results. So now I would like to Manav to conclude the presentation.
So it's time to conclude our presentation. We successfully created a deep learning based deepfake detection model, and future work for our deepfake model includes detection accuracy, expanding coverage to the new media platforms, and enhancing user education. These are our references which we use for our papers. And thank you for your patience listening. Now we are open to questions.
Hello, it is very good work. My question is that you have shown the referred paper, previous base papers. The accuracy was 94 something, as you said.
93.
93, and your work is 94 point something. 96 point something. Okay. Have you implemented somewhere in on any data set, real time?
Use the data set from Google.
Google, you have said, okay. So it is giving 96 point.
We only use the part of that data set because of the high training time and other constraints.
Okay. What will be the application where it will be the applicable?
But it could be further expanded to various objects.
Ma'am, I would like to add that
Yeah.
you are asking the application.
Yeah.
So as I stated that, okay, it's not here. As I stated that generalist, I'm giving only one example. Generalists are not able to identify whether a particular news is true or not. Even us, if we see a news on social media, how would we know that this is true or false? Recently also Rashmika Mandana video went viral,
Yeah.
but we knew that it's not her. But if it's like an ordinary person, how will you know, and how that person can prove herself or
Exactly.
himself? So they can use our system to prove themselves, right?
Yeah,
That I'm
because
not.
it is giving a accuracy is more than 96. That's why it will be more applicable in this type
Yes,
of
ma'am.
things. Okay, anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, any more questions? Yes, any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, participants. Now I'd like to call The session chair, ma'am, Dr. Asha Ambaikar and Dr. Singh, sir, Dr. Sanjay Singh, sir. So please come on the dais for the certificate distribution and a check of research grant worth rupees, worth 2,000 rupees. Thank you, Dr. Asha Ambaikar, ma'am, and Dr. Sanjay Singh, sir. Next, I would like to call the author with the paper ID 335 with the paper title Identification of Helmet Rule Violators Using CNN, Convolutional Neural Network. Authors with paper ID 335.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here and all of my fellow friends. My name is Piyush Chaudhary, and today we'll be discussing identification of helmet rule violators using a CNN-based approach. So, introduction. We all know that the number of vehicles on road are increasing exponentially each year, and not abiding by the helmet wearing safety rules is one of the leading causes for a number of on-road fatalities. And India ranks among one of the most dangerous when it comes to the such on-road fatalities. And on our visit to the City Operations Center of Nagpur, we were able to analyze how the chalaning process functions. So what happens is they have the feed of every single CCTV camera from all across Nagpur coming back to their screen, and what they do is they have a track record of every single vehicle's number plate. So they do have an ANPR system in place, but they are not aware of any such functions or any such application which does the part of helmet detection or the signal braking detection for them. So what they have to do is they have to rely on the traffic rule officials who are present at the workstations within the city operation center. And if by luck an officer happens to catch someone breaking a rule, then they'll be taking a screenshot and the ANPR associated with that screenshot, and then they'll be issuing a challan, which is highly inefficient, and almost 80 to 85% of all the traffic rule violators escape sheer luck. So this is the literature review. Of course, this is a very popular topic and it has attracted work from various scholars, and they have implemented various technologies in order to tackle this problem. And in the interest of time, I'll be quickly glancing over the work. So the first paper has compared the two approaches, which is CNN and HOG. So HOG obviously stands for histogram oriented gradients. And they have also used highly dense neural networks, and they are actually taking up much of the computational powers that are given to them. And we need to understand that these computational prowess cannot be readily available with every single organization. So after looking at all the work done in this area, almost 7 to 8 different papers, we were able to list down 4 of them. And the major research gaps basically includes the lack of proof for the data set being unbiased. As we all know that the training data set is very, very important when it comes to object detection. And what we fail to observe across all of these research papers is the proof for the data set being unbiased, meaning that the classification labels that were assigned to each instance must be balanced. So if we have a person with no helmet, then the number of instances of no helmet classes detected and the number of instances of the helmet class detected within the training data set at least must be balanced so that there is no training bias in their model. And the camera angle and positioning manipulations have also been carried out by various research scholars for the benefit of their own model's performance. So that is another thing that we need to take into account, because these accidents are not for someone's research work. These accidents are basically required to analyze, and we need to keep in mind the actual orientation and the positioning of the cameras, which aligns in parallel to the existing camera positioning and angles, which is used by the traffic departments of various cities. And the models used are not being computation efficient. So I have highlighted this point earlier as well, that many of the organizations who are even thinking of attempting to detect these traffic rule violations automatically, they don't have an estimate of the computation power that they'll be requiring. And many of them will not be having the budget or the computational power to accommodate such complex models. So we'll be looking at a computationally inexpensive method. We have used Google Colab for implementing our model. So this is the problem statement. We need to, our aim is to build a robust traffic rule violation detection system, which is able to detect the presence or absence of helmet on the two-wheeler rider. And we also need to aim at generating and building a data set which is balanced across all the classification labels. And we also need to take into account the actual positioning and the orientation of the cameras from which the model is going to be getting the input. And we need to do all of this while staying computationally as inexpensive as possible. So the methodology, the intuitive approach that we had was of edge detection. But in the early stages of implementation, we understood very well that edge detection is highly inefficient, because the edge detection can be easily fooled by similar objects. So if I have a black football in the air and a person riding on a two-wheeler with a helmet, I think the both objects can be termed as a helmet by a model that implements edge detection. So this can be overcome using a CNN-based approach, because in the approach that we've implemented, not only the object of interest, but also the pixels and the textures and the colors that are surrounding the object of interest are being taken into account. And our implementation has been executed in the following manner. So for data acquisition, we turned to the authorities at our college campus itself. So we were able to gather 8 to 9 hours of continuous CCTV camera footage, and we extracted over 5,200 images from the video that we were provided. And all of these photos, all of these screenshots were then hosted to a platform called RoboFlow, which helped us to tag these images. So we use 3 label classes, one being the helmet, the second one being no helmet, and the third one being face covers. Now, many of the related work that has been carried out in this domain fails to recognize the importance of the third class, which is the face cover or a person wearing a turban. So the face cover is not only illegal, but it is also unsafe. So in the dataset distribution itself, we have ensured that the number of people who are wearing a helmet and the number of people who are riding unsafely is equally balanced, almost equally balanced, with a ratio of 51 to 49. And after the annotations were done using a bounding box method on RoboFlow, the model training takes place with YOLO V5. And YOLO V5, as we all know, uses a very well constructed convolutional neural network, which is very famous for getting the in-depth features extracted from the image input that it is given. Now, after testing, I'll be sharing the results soon. And After testing, we focused on optimization of our model. So instead of trying out various methodologies, we obviously knew that CNN is the way to go. So instead of beating around the bush with other methodologies, we tried to optimize the existing model that we had. And to do so, we tried to implement various photo pre-processing methods, which could essentially boost our accuracy and the mean average precision of our model. But we weren't able to figure out a single plug and play solution which would fit to all of the images. So it was an effort which did not convert to fruitful results, unfortunately. And then as per the deployment, we have pitched our idea both to the e-governance cell of the NMC, Nagpur Municipal Corporation, and it is being head by respected Dr. Sheel Gule sir. And he was impressed with the work that we have done, and we are in talks with them to incorporate our model and integrate it with the technologies that they have. They obviously use a third-party vendor, which is Videonetics. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But and we are also pitching the same idea to be implemented in our college campus as well, which would make the lives of the CCTV camera monitors very easy. Now, coming to the results, the screenshots that are shared, basically, these are the annotations that are generated by our model, and each class is associated with the confidence with which it has been detected. And as you can see, although the number of instances for the people wearing face covers was very low, only 10%, it was still able to detect the presence of face covers on the people that are captured in the CCTV camera. And the mean average score that was obtained during our training process over 270 epochs reached 0.6, which gave us enough confidence that our model was not in any way overfitting. And the essential measures of accuracy have been displayed with the help of a confusion matrix. Now, to conclude, I believe that the problem statement which we had in mind while going into this research has been successfully achieved, but we can only hope and strive for more. And the future scope of our model include several points. I'll be listing them down. And we wish for other researchers to contribute to our work and help us in building a system which is able to carry out such traffic rule violation detections in varying weather conditions, because as we all know, the detection of such objects can be subject to different lighting conditions and the weather conditions that are surrounding the input cameras. So that would be interesting to see and experiment with. And we also hope to see a system which is able to pair the existing ANPR technologies with the detection module as well. And finally, we would like to build a cohesive traffic rule violation detection system. And me and my group have worked forward in this domain as well by extending the traffic rule violation detection from not just helmet detection, but also to seatbelt detection and window tint detection, as all of those are punishable crimes by the Indian law. And yeah, these are the references, all of the related papers that I've cited in the literature review. And thank you for all of your time and attention. We are open to questions.
Hello. Yes, your work is very good, and that is really required nowadays. And as you said, your Nagpur Municipal Corporation is also should implement this type of things. But what are the chances to implement, and as well as what really they will work on the data which really captured by these things?
Yes, ma'am. So it's a very interesting question. And yes, I do agree that the actual implementation of this same model in the NMC is very far-fetched. But we have taken steps in the right direction because firstly, we'll need to integrate the data that they have. And for that, we have submitted a request letter addressed to the Police Commissioner of Nagpur Police Department. And we are awaiting response from their side. And we are continuously in conversation with them, because even they are not supposed to give us such confidential data that is coming directly into their city operation center. But having that data and working with it will definitely help in improving the accuracy of our model. And it is definitely going to promote good road etiquettes and hopefully save many more lives in the near future.
Yes, great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which is why in the training process itself, we have determined 3 classes instead of 2. So all of the existing work that is done in this domain is done with 2 classes. So either they are detecting if a person is wearing a helmet or a person is not wearing a helmet. So we have taken into consideration a face cover, and in the results itself, in the third screenshot, it is very visible that a face cover was successfully detected, even though we did not have enough instances to support the characteristics that go behind a face cover. But yes, with decent accuracy as well, we were able to detect all of the 3 classes that we started working with. So the orange one signifying no helmet, the pink one signifying helmet presence, and the red ones signifying face covers. Yes. Any further questions?
Is any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. I request our session chair, Dr. Asha Ambekar ma'am and Dr. Uma Shankar Gugar to please come on the dais. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call the author with paper ID 372 and title UDR Fused Multimodal Approach for Disease Classification in Large Scale Dataset with Advanced CNN. Paper ID 372.
Hello. Sachin 372. Sachin 372. The second last. So good evening, everyone. I'm Sachin Misra, the author of paper UDR Fused Multimodal Approach for Disease Classification in Large Scale Dataset with Advanced CNN. Our co-author are Dr. Santosh Kumar, Rajat Tiwari, Abhishek Srivastav, and Akash Sonkar. Moving towards the next slide. So we will be covering some of the points in our PPT, that is first introduction, then we will be moving towards the literature review of our paper, then the research problem and what we have the research gap in that previous literatures. Then we will be discussing the materials and methodology, what we have used in our paper. Then we move into the result analysis and we'll conclude the paper. So first of all, introducing our research focus. So we tried to develop a holistic approach using a UNet, DenseNet, and ResNet for detection of multi-class diseases. Right now we are having detection of disease, but coming into the classification of disease, we were lacking somewhere. So we thought to work over this. So considering a disease cancer is a leading cause of mortality. And in India, we see in 100 percentage, we saw 27.7 percentage is of breast cancer. So our research addressed the dynamic landscape of multiple cancer research and treatment approaches for large scale data set. Coming into the large scale data set, I'm highlighting this point because not only the breast cancer, we have also working on the lung cancer, Alzheimer's, such disease can be worked over our proposed model. So considering the literature review, we have gone through various papers and some of them are highlighted over here. So Gani, a person who has written a paper over a large scale fuzzy least squared TSVM model, he has used a data set, large scale data set of Alzheimer. and they have detected detection of the Alzheimer, and they haven't classified. So we thought to consider it. Then the accuracy was around 85%, and so on. We have lots of papers. Then we proposed our UDR multimodel, which uses histopathological data set of breast cancer, which has an accuracy of 91.43%. So coming into the research problem and the research gap, what we have seen. So most of the research analysis performed on the breast cancer is based upon the detection only, as I earlier said, but not into the classification. And breast cancer is a leading cause in females. So it demands an accurate classification strategy. So, and we see a notable gap of studies that actively involve collaboration with clinical experts to ensure the relevance of proposed model. And for that, we were working and our advisor was working with AIMS Raipur for considering that fact. Then machine learning models have a giant leap into the breast cancer detection. Basically, they detect. So we were working into the classification of particular breast cancer, which we will see into the next slides. So coming into the materials and methodology. So first of all, let me introduce the DenseNet, ResNet, and UNet. These are the convolutional neural network models, which classifies as well as detects the different diseases, different objects, and multiple uses are there. So we work with the histopathological data set. Histopathological data set is a microscopic data set of particular objects or things. In our case, we have taken breast cancer, and breast cancer at a microscopical level, we have considered 400x zoom, then 200x zoom, then 100x zoom. Then this data was trained into DenseNet, ResNet, and UNet. They are separate accuracies listed in next slides. Then we work with the SVM model. Consideration of SVM has a main cause because it helps into detection as well as prediction. So we thought to use this CNN model with SVM. Then it generated a fused ensemble model, like considering these model all together into a fused model. Then these are our results. Like as I used, we were training the DenseNet 201, ResNet 50, and UNet. Here, DenseNet 201 has 200 layers of particular model, and which helps to bring the upcoming layers with remaining residual amount, which we will considering in different models. It helps to preserve the data of preceding layers. Then coming into the ResNet, ResNet helps to bring the residual amount of features or parameters into the previous layers into forward layers. Then coming into UNet, UNet helps to first invert the image, and by preserving its quality and its parameter, the various augmentation process, it helps to predict the image very accurately. So we had some of the accuracy depicted in the picture. Then we worked these models with the SVM, which didn't give that much accuracy, but overall aim was to develop a fused model, which enhanced the accuracy. So we got an accuracy of 91.43% of our proposed model into the large scale data set, not considering less data, as well as these data were microscopic data. So considering this, because healthcare sector is a very accurate and demands a very valuable, or we can say validated result. So we were working into the microscopic data set. So coming into the results, the result of UDR fused multimodal classifies the histopathological data set into multiple classes. Some of the classes are listed here. So in the beginning, as I was working over the detection, we had only benignant and malignant. Like cancers are of two types, benign and malignant, the earlier stage, the later stage. Then we worked with the data and we got 8 multiple classes. You can see tubular adenoma, phylloides tumor, and so on. Then considering their accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score, we have like pretty much accurate results. In precision, we can say around 90s, then in recall also, and in F1 score. So these was our result. And moving towards the conclusion, in conclusion, I would like to say like our study successfully developed an assembled fused model of these CNN models, which were already existing. Then we assembled them all together to consider for large scale data set. Then this work proves to be a reliable technology as compared to the manual assessment. Basically, the doctors take the images and they manually assess. Now this will be helping them to more accurately get the point of different classes, like they are the levels of diseases, so they can consider by this technology. Now we are also working on, for future scope, we are working for deployment of this model. Like this was a very accurate field, we want to take an accurate result. We can't consider as a student कि these results are accurate. So we were working with the clinical expert as well, and we were working on the deployment process. We will work with them, and in upcoming contribution, we will contribute in the upcoming work. For future direction, we also suggest for UNET and their exceptional results over ensembling of different models. Then it also helps into the global healthcare, because if you are using into breast cancer, we would be considering other cancerous diseases. So this was in our paper. List of references. These are some of the references which we have used in our model and our paper. Then some of the papers are still remaining. Then thank you from my side. This is from my side. Thank you so much. Any question regarding that?
Yes.
Yes.
Your work is really good, but my question is that can you use your model with the data set which is not cancer detected?
Yes, ma'am. This model directly helps into the detection as well as its classification. For example, if a data doesn't has any cancer.
Because at the it will be too late if you will detect and then tell them which category, first stage or last stage, like that.
Obviously, ma'am, this data detect no. I'm as telling you, like you can use this model not only for detection, it could further used for classification. And in the beginning, if you want just detect, it would be helpful for that also.
So you got the data set from the AIMS only?
No, ma'am. This data is listed all over. Like we have
It is
in
openly available?
Yes, it's open source available, and have in this data set many papers have also been submitted, and in our literature review we have considered that also.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. The reason is the type of data set what we are providing. Somewhere, if we work with the classification, they need minute features, and that models are not relevant to work with that data. So we got the results, we listed them, and as per their chronological order, what were the best accuracy, we considered the model, and also we have divided their weightage as per the accuracy. Sorry, sir. Sir, overall, this model was developed in a single notebook, in collaboratory which we were working. So we haven't considered that time for detection, but in the field of healthcare, it's not considered the time taken for bringing the result. They are considering for the accurate result. So we work for that, and I'm lacking that point because we haven't checked that. What was the time for normal methods and what is the timing for detection of this fused model?
Chandra, sir.
Absolutely, sir. It requires time, but we are working for the deployment of this model. If we develop an application for this data set, we will be measuring that time too. But still, till now, we haven't seen such deployable application for detecting this, because somewhere we lack false positive rate in healthcare. So one cannot define that is accurate or not. So for that, we are working with AIMS Raipur for detection. So the data set size of 82 patients, around 6,000 data set of images in different microscopic levels. Okay, thank you, sir. We have considered for this only for the breast cancer, one data, and for other studies, we have also considered chest cancer data set. The data set size was different. This one, histopathological, because our project was over the large scale data set. So we were considering this. Also, we were considering the Alzheimer data set, but it was available in audio. So we didn't consider that. Yes, absolutely, because the chest cancer data set in the beginning, what we have considered, it has black and white pictures, so it was giving very high accuracy. But we can't consider a black and white picture for detection, so we use this histopathological images with 3D image that is the color of RGB, and that has a great accuracy for this model. Okay, thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Now I request Dr. Asha Ambekar ma'am and Dr. Sanjay Singh sir to come on the dais and give certificate and check of research grant worth 2000 rupees to the participant. Thank you, Singh sir. Thank you, Asha ma'am. Next, I would like to call the author with paper ID 375 and paper title Performance Evaluation of Routing Protocols for Vehicle Rerouting in ITS-based Vehicular Network. Paper ID 375.
Good afternoon, all of you. Today's my presentation topic is performance evolution of routing protocols for vehicle rerouting in ITC-based vehicular network. ITC means Intelligent Transport System. These are my contents: introduction, literature reviews, and my research problem and related materials and methodology, and then results and conclusions. First of all, our study aims to access the performance of routing protocols in intelligent transport system based on vehicle network, especially in accident and highway scenario. The efficiency management of traffic flow in these situations is crucial for ensuring the safety and a smooth operation of vehicular network. Therefore, it is imperative to evaluate routing protocols to identify the most suitable one for these scenarios. These are my literature review. In literature review, I study three protocols: AODV, DSTV, and AOMDV. These are my research problems. I wanted to solve a specific problem related to how vehicle communicate in a smart network, especially during accident and highway scenario. My goal were to find the most efficient way to vehicle to talk to each other in traffic scenario. Here, my methodology. I can explain my method step by step. Step 1, develop simulation scenario for ITC-based VANET network, vehicular ad hoc network. And step 2, we are using two modules. Module 1 is accidental scenario and module 2 is highway scenario. And step 3 is module 1 accidental scenario considerations, and step 4 is module 2 highway scenario consideration. Then step 5 is selection of performance parameters and routing protocols. And performance parameters are throughput, data ratio, data rate, and accidental scenario, and speed, data sending speeds. And step 6 is run simulation and analyzing the result. Then last is conclusion. This is module first. In module first, we using three protocols: AODV, AOMDV, and DSDV. In scenario 1, some nodes. Here, some nodes, they are running each other, and they detect traffic. And scenario 2 and 3 is denoted one-way traffic, and scenario 4 and 5 is also denoted one-way traffic. Simply, अगर मैं सिंपल आपको समझाऊं सिंपल वर्ड्स में, रायपुर में जैसे हम देखें, रायपुर में इवनिंग के टाइम पे ट्रैफिक बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। इतना ज़्यादा ट्रैफिक होता है, अगर आपको इमरजेंसी में हॉस्पिटल जाना है या किसी इमरजेंसी में आपको किसी जगह पे पहुंचना है, तो हम किस रूट को चूज करें, ये चूज करना हमारे लिए पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता। लेकिन अगर हम इस एल्गोरिदम को इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं इन फ्यूचर, तो जिस तरह से कुछ टाइम पहले हमारे पास गाड़ियों में जीपीएस नहीं था, उसी तरह से अगर इस एल्गोरिदम को जीपीएस के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, तो शायद हम सही रूट सेलेक्ट कर पाए, ताकि जिस रूट पे ट्रैफिक ज्यादा है, जिस रूट से हमारा जाना पॉसिबल नहीं है, जिस रूट से हम पेशेंट को फ्रीक्वेंटली हॉस्पिटल लेकर नहीं जा सकते, उस रूट को हम छोड़कर नए रूट पे या दूसरे रीरूट किए गए रूट को हम सेलेक्ट करें और ट्रैफिक को इग्नोर करते हुए हम अपने डेस्टिनेशन पे फास्टली पहुंच सकें। These are module second, and this module expanded our testing larger network in a highway scenario. In highway scenario, we know two-way traffic, two-way paths, and four-way highway, and then here the round circle is denoted how many vehicles travel same time travel same time, then all vehicle sending a signal to each vehicle कि किस पाथ को आपको चूज करना है, कहाँ से आपको जाना है। अगर किसी हाईवे पे कोई डिजास्टर हुआ है, कोई तूफान की वजह से अगर कहीं पे पेड़ गिर गया है या कहीं पे लैंडस्लाइडिंग हुई है और उस पाथ पे ऑलरेडी 3-4 घंटे का ट्रैफिक अगर लगा हुआ है, तो हम उस पाथ को चूज ना करें और हम अपनी जर्नी या तो वहीं पे अबॉर्ट कर दें या फिर किसी नए रूट के बारे में सोचिए या किसी नए रूट को सेलेक्ट करें। ये मेन मोटिव रहा है इस पेपर को बनाने का। हियर सम ग्राफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन एंड ग्राफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन में आप देखेंगे कि एओडीवी का जो ग्राफ है, एओडीवी प्रोटोकॉल का जो ग्राफ है वो हायर आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा। व्हीकल नोड्स जैसे जैसे बढ़ रहे हैं, एओडीवी का जो थ्रूपुट है वो इंक्रीज हो रहा है एंड पैकेट डेटा रेशियो भी एओडीवी का इंक्रीज हो रहा है। बट जहाँ पे हम बात करेंगे एंड टू एंड डिले की, तो डिले जो क्रिएट हो रहा है वो हमारा डीएसटीवी में क्रिएट हो रहा है। ये दोनों ही सिनारियों में मॉड्यूल 1 और मॉड्यूल 2 के जितने भी सिनारियों में टेस्टिंग की गई है, जितने भी सिनारियों में सिमुलेशन किया गया है, उसमें यहाँ पे आपको दिख रहा होगा कि एओडीवी जो प्रोटोकॉल है वो बेटर परफॉर्मेंस प्रोवाइड करा रहा है एंड my side, I considered AODU protocol for traffic identification in future. These are conclusion. And these are my references. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't know, sir. Sorry. No, sir. DSTV, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
And already AOD also updated, and that is also giving very good result. And that is my domain and area of work.
Okay.
NS3 is now, NS2 is outdated.
Ma'am,
Any reason specific?
No, ma'am. NS3, I'm not familiar. NS3, then NS2.
But you have to learn, you have to update yourself.
Yes. Yes, sir. Sir, I'm designing only a algorithm. Okay. Okay. Manet architecture, sir. VANET architecture, sir. Vehicular ad hoc network architecture. Sir, normal highway and accidental scenario. No, sir. Okay, okay, thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Sanjay Singh, sir, and Station Chair, ma'am, Dr. Asha Ambaikar, to please come on the dais and give certificate and the check of research grant worth 2,000 rupees. Dr. Asha Ambaikar, ma'am, and Dr. Shishadev Nayak, sir. Please, sir, please come on the dais. Thank you, Dr. Asha, ma'am, Dr. Shishadev Nayak, sir, Dr. Singh, sir. Next, I like to call the author with paper ID 385 and the paper title, A MATLAB Simulating Implementation of Closed Loop Speed Control of PMB LDC and PMSM motors using Fuzzy Logic Controller for EV applications. Paper ID 385.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So uh, my paper ID is 385 and the paper title is MATLAB Simulating Implementation of Closed Loop Speed Control of PMBLDC motor and PMSM motor with the fuzzy logic control application, specifically for EV applications. So nowadays you will be finding more and more EV related research is going on. So for EV, there are mostly two types of motors are generally used, that is PMBLDC and PMSM motors. So while using the conventional control for controlling this motor, because we need to control the speed of the motor for varying load condition and depending upon various load conditions. So we require several types of a dedicated control system. So there are conventional control systems are already set there, but we need to improvise the performance of those systems with the help of this fuzzy logic control system. So I'll be talking on this particular topic. So these are my content. So I have taken two motors, or I have prepared the mathematical models in the MATLAB Simulink, although it is provided by the MATLAB itself. But I have for more accuracy, we can use the mathematical model equations and we can implement in a MATLAB Simulink approach. So we have we'll be talking about regarding the result and analysis and the comparison later on. So if we talk about the simple motor control application or any motor application, so there is a specific closed loop control in which this controller plays very important role because it will be minimizing our error and it will give a efficient performance. So this particular motor control application, we will be just improvising our controller performance with the help of fuzzy logic controller. So what is actually the fuzzy logic controllers? Your conventional controller all was having only two data sets. Either will be having, suppose the speed is slow or it will be having very fast, but in between there will be a certain amount of things. Like suppose the speed is 0 and its speed is 1. Either it will be 0 or 1. It is just like a digital one. But if we talk about this entire scenario, it might be a slowest, it might be a slow, it might be a fast, and it might be a fast rate. So we need to we need to look into matter between these two particular points also. So what is actually the fuzzy logic? You might be aware about this definition, but I will repeat it over here. A form of knowledge representation suitable for notation that cannot be defined precisely. So it will not be 0, it will not be 1, but it will be in between 0 and 1. Not
So it is nothing but the fuzzy logic control. So if I'm taking the trajectory of the output, your traditional logic will be either 0 or 1, but the fuzzy logic will be giving the output between 0 to between 0 and 1. So for the fuzzy logic control, there are several particular things we need to take care. There are the steps. So these are actually the block diagram of fuzzy logic control process. In this, we'll be talking about we have to do the fuzzification, we have to do defuzzification. But in between that, we require three other block that is called as a knowledge base, interface engine, and the control system. So this is the particular flow chart we need to implement for the detection of the error, processing of the error, and after processing of the error, we can get the desired result for this. Okay, so for that, for the motor control application, we will be taking the reference speed, we will be tracking the actual speed, and depending upon that, we will be creating some error. So we have taken the error as well as the rate of change of the error with respect to time. It is nothing but d by dt of error. And depending upon that, the error might be a 0. It might be a higher, it might be a big one, it might be a big one, or it might be a smaller one. But in between, there will be a possible small, bigger, big, as well as some other configurations are there. So we need to talk on this. Based on this particular model, we have to implement our fuzzy logic control, which will be deciding what kind of a control we need to give to the controller, so that it will give our good command to this. So again, we will be having this negative, medium, positive, medium, depending upon this particular table, we can get this. And this is the actual representation of the MATLAB with respect to error and the rate of change of error with respect to time. So for that, as I said earlier, the MATLAB mathematical modeling of PMBLDC, we have already know the equations. So it is more of electrical side. So these are the voltage equation. The current equation for each and every phase is given as, and the torque which is developed at the motor end, which is described at this particular equation. So all these things we need to focus on, because these are the things we need to control at the end of this, and the back EMF. Similarly, the mathematical of PMSM motor has been developed with the help of this Clark and Park transformation for DQ axis. That is again the part of this direct and quadrature axis of the motor control application. And the torque equation is already with the help of some mathematical equation with some reference book I have taken, and this conversation have been developed in the MATLAB Clark and Park transformation. So for that, this PMSM PMBLDC parameter I have taken as a part of actual implementation as well as the MATLAB implementation. So these are the basic parameters for this MATLAB. So we have developed this particular implementation of PMBLDC. So as you can see, there will be a fuzzy logic controller, which will be defining what will be the rate of change of error and what will be the error. And depending upon that, it will give the gate pulses to the inverter, and inverter drives the motor. And here we have given the variable load torque. Like the vehicle is moving with some different speed, but there will be a different load. The load might be increased, that might be decreased. And we have set the reference speed also. So we'll be checking whether our vehicle is reaching to a reference speed or not. So again, this is a sub part of this current controller and the gate signal. Again, the MATLAB simulating implementation of this PMSM motor. So your PMSM motor is higher accuracy than compared to your PMBLDC motor. For that, we require the implementation of inverse Park transformation, Clark transformation, and the conventional logic will be having this PI controller. So what I have proposed is, like, we can remove this PI controller, which was efficient but not more efficient compared to the fuzzy logic controller. So this three controller we can remove, and we can implement this fuzzy logic controller for the precise applications. So this is the basic block diagram and the entire architecture of this simulating implementation for this PMSM control, and how this implementation of DQ axis conversion is. Okay, talking about the reference speed. So as I said earlier, we have given the set of reference speed for the entire simulation part for a vehicle to be operated for different RPM. So it is approximately overlapping our reference speed for the speed waveform, and the stator current is depending upon the load, it is going to vary, but again, it will be near to your sinusoidal one. Similarly, the load torque, the load torque, it is given as a reference. So again, the load torque is over here. That is again following this. You can see the ripple because the PMBDLDC motor is having this particular characteristics that it will be having the pulsating torque. So it will be having some jerky operation by default. Similarly, the PMSM, again, the reference speed and the actual speed, it is something around 3,300 RPM, which is going to be achieved within a few microseconds only. Similarly, the stator current waveform. So the PMBLDC motor was not having the actual sinusoidal waveform, but the PMSM motor, which is having a nearly sinusoidal waveform, even if the load is going to change and the speed is going to change. Similarly, the load torque, depending upon this reference speed and another configuration, we will be having this configuration. So as we have seen, we have seen this 3-parameter speed in PMSM as well as this PMBLTC stator current and the torque, and we will be getting somewhat exact related to your reference speed or reference torque we have given. So these are the some other parameters we need to compare when it is when we are comparing the conventional control and the fuzzy logic control, like precision, mathematical model, complexity, expert knowledge, system understanding. For each and every parameter, the fuzzy logic will be having some superiority over this conventional control. But we will not focus on this particular part, but we'll be focusing on this part only, because these are the parameters which we need to actually incorporate while analyzing any particular system. So there are some parameters like called rise time, peak time, delay time, and peak overshoot and settling time. So for this, again, your fuzzy logic control will be having this, depending upon tuning, we will be having this variable type of output. And for dynamic steady state and dynamic response, again, we will be getting a good output compared to your conventional knowledge logic. So by concluding, again, we can make this PMSM as well as this PMLDC speed control application using some simulating waveform, and that we can implement with the simple fuzzy logic control that is again readily available for our vehicular application, because two-wheeler applications don't require a complex algorithm. So this particular complex algorithm can be done with the help of this fuzzy logic controls. So these are the references I have used. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, your work is really good, but what are the other parameters which you can work on?
Yes,
Apart
generally,
from this, what you have?
For this particular paper, I have mostly focused on this 5 parameters. That is the rise time, that is the peak time, and all this. But most important part is if you talk upon the region of this power electronics, that is the protection of the switches. Another is the protection of the motor. So that can be done with the help of this fuzzy logic control. But again, the sensing part will be depending upon the current as well as the torque. So that again creates a complexity. At that time, this fuzzy logic controls will not give that much satisfactory result for that particular application. But for just operational purpose, the fuzzy logic control gives the superiority performance over this conventional one.
Okay, thank you, Pamas.
Any more questions? Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. Now I request Dr. Rakesh Nayak sir and Dr. Asha ma'am to please come on the dais for certificate distribution and a check. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we have come to the end of this technical session. I'd like to thank all the participants for their noble efforts and research and making this conference very successful and a great event. Now, now, now I'd like to call the session chair, Dr. Asha ma'am, to please come on the dais and deliver the concluding remarks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to become a chairperson of this technical session first day. And really, this conference is very good, and all the papers which you have presented is really excellent, and especially the students from the Ramdev Baba Engineering College. They did excellent work and really they good. And one paper, first paper also, the work on that Fibonacci was also good, and all the other papers are also good, and they are good, doing well in their research areas. So thank you so much, and congratulations all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting our request as a to session the chair and for your kind cooperation. Now I request Dr. Bhupesh Devangan sir to please come and deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Bhupesh Devangan, sir, please come and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ashish sir. First of all, I would like to thank Director IIT Bhilai for giving us permission to conduct this conference at the campus of IIT Bhilai. Dr. Lalit Gar, who is our mentor for this conference. Dr. Dilip Sisodia sir from NIT Raipur. He is actually helping us to connect the Malta University. Dr. R.D. Patidhar sir, Vice Chancellor, to provide us all kind of facility. Dr. Rakesh Nayak, the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, OP Jindal University. My all senior professor colleagues from OP Jindal University. Participants from different countries, different states from the India. Media persons, my technical team, marketing team, those who are really working hard from last 2 days to make this conference hall beautiful. I would like to thank all the virtual delegates who are
continuously watching the presentations. Although they are not able to give their feedback, but definitely I assure you, I'll share the link for the feedbacks where you can provide us the feedback for the betterment so that we can conduct the next conference very, very well. This conference aims to provide you a platform where you can share the ideas related to the information science and management sciences. In this conference, we have received 419 papers from 6+ countries. After rigorous reviews, here the participants are presenting 90 papers in physical and online modes. So I would like to thank all the reviewers also who actually did well job, and they scrutinize the quality papers which is going to be submitted to the Springer LNS series, which will be Scopus indexed. So this is not the end actually. We will continue providing the platform with different conferences, like our signature conferences already announced by the VC sir, that is OTCon 3.0. The OTCon 2.0 was organized in the February 2023, on which conference we have received more than 800 papers from 20+ countries. And at that conference, we have published 150 papers in IEEE Explore, which is published within 20 days and which was Scopus index within 1 week. So it is all about our dedicated team. So I would like to thank all the team members who are actually involved directly or indirectly to conduct this conference successfully. Thank you. Thank you very much.
On their papers and your cooperation again. And I wish that again we'll meet in June 5th to 7th next year in OTCon 3.0.
Thank you, sir. I like to call Dr. Rakesh Nayak sir and Asha ma'am on stage. Ma'am, please, sir. I request Nayak sir to felicitate the session chair